Let us remain standing for our national anthem. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How good our morning is. So good. Now, to give us the opening remarks, please help me welcome the head of programs of BSO Philippines. She used to be the country director of BSO in Nepal, Thailand, and Guyana. She also finished communications degree in UP Diliman, had Masters of Development Management at Open University, UK, and had Masters on Gender and Development at UP Diliman. Help me welcome Ms. Arlene Mahinay.
So, I would just like to welcome everyone. Lahat ba kayo ay senior? Ano mga year niyo? Junior high school, and then different levels. No? So we're very happy to have this opportunity to meet with you tungkol dito sa peace workshop, no? And we're glad and we're fortunate enough to have with us our colleague who's from Cameroon, no? But more on that later. I don't know if people is familiar with BSO. I think some of you have been, attending our joint activities. Pero sa ilan siguro sa inyo, medyo BSO would not be familiar to you. Kasi we used to have office only in Manila. So we just have an office we established our office here as our country office since last year now. So, hindi naman last year, 2017. So, you might not have heard of us. But PSO Philippines is an organization that sends, and it's a volunteering organization that sends volunteers and promotes volunteering, whether or not it's international volunteers or national volunteers or community volunteers. Our work is to promote volunteering all over the world. Our main office is in the UK, but we have offices all over the world. That's Pilipinas. We have our office here, but we also have an office in Manila whose work is to recruit volunteers. The volunteers are sent overseas, or depending on whether or not there is a need, they are also assigned here in the Philippines. No? To become a volunteer, for example, you need to have experience in a particular field. No? So there are other volunteering organizations who sends volunteers, or which promotes volunteering as well, and sends volunteers. Youth, mostly youth. Sa PSO, you can volunteer in your communities. For example, youth volunteers, etc. But to become a national volunteer as well as international volunteer, you have to have a certain level of experience and expertise and professional background. So maybe in the future, you might be something that you would like to volunteer. But for youth volunteering, you can volunteer wherever wherever there's a need for volunteering. Anyway, back to the peace workshop. Our program here in the Philippines is focusing on peace right now, no? And working with the youth is one of the main focus. Yeah, so that's why we're happy to have workshops not just here locally but also in other schools and in the communities. As I said, we're fortunate to have them with us to take the lead on workshops like this. So I hope this won't be the last time that we will see each other. We will have in the future a number of activities to promote volunteering for the good of the communities, and also to help promote leadership of the youth, especially in issues regarding peace. No, as you know, there is peace is very much an issue here, not just in Mindanao but other parts of the country and even the world. So I hope this we can continue to link up with you on peace related as well as other development issues. Yeah. Before I forget, Richard, your anyway, wala siya sa likod. But you know that Richard used to be a PSO volunteer in Uganda. So there are a number of retired volunteers, volunteers who have been overseas and have come back here to Poland sa international volunteers after they complete the volunteer. Sige, so I hope you would have a productive and enjoyable day with the workshop. And I hope this can be a start of your involvement. If you haven't involved in us yet on volunteering or on peace related issues. So yan lang siguro. us a background on what PSO is and encouraging us to be part of your institution. And now let me help me welcome our speaker for today's forum or seminar. She is an advocate for peace building, gender and development, and conflict prevention. She taught geology for 15 years in the Ministry of Secondary Education of Cameroon, and management geared towards her motive of peace building. She is also a VSO intern and in the final year of her Master of Arts degree in Peace Studies, majored in conflict analysis and peace building at Silliman University, Philippines. She has also completed several internationally accredited trainings at home and abroad in the area of conflict resolution and peace building at Sweden, Austrian Studies Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution in Austria, Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, Accra, Ghana, Institution of Peacekeeping in Mali, and several trainings with the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. She is also fluent in French and English. So let's give her a warm up applause. She is Pinky Yambi.
Wow. I'm happy to be in your midst. Mayo Bunda. Maganda Omaga. Did you hear that she can speak French and English? Bonjour. Bonjour means good morning. So I'm happy to be in your midst again this morning. And thanks a lot to PSO. Thank you very much to our boss, Bob Ali, for making this what is supposed to be, for giving me this unique opportunity to have a peace workshop with RMC students. And thanks to Sir Richard, you see there? Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. I hope we are going to make it a successful day. We are going to pick up something. We are going to learn some skills that we'll be able to use in our future work, maybe engaging with BSO in other programs or in other schools and even in the community so that we can build peace together.
Her topic, I would like to recognize the presence of other VSO volunteers who are here today. Mr. JP, thank you sir for coming. Mr. Shin, yes, Mr. Shin. And our RMC staff and teacher, si Sir, our junior high school coordinator, Sir Orlan, thank you sir, and Ma'am Arian, and also Sir Josephus. Also like to thank all the department of RMC, from College of Arts and Sciences, mga science, sa gikan po sa Criminology Department, and Senior High School, and Agriculture. So, and also Junior High, of course. Thank you for coming, everyone.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Are we excited this morning?
Yes.
Can we please rise up? We start with some cheers and yells before we move on to the program. I would like us to dance this dance. I call it cha-cha dance. Okay? So, this song is not difficult. So, it's like some people already know it. So, we know the actions, hands together will be like this, right? Elbows in, like this. Knees bend, like this. Feet apart, like this. Butt out, like that. Wiggle your butt. Head bend, like that. And then turn around, also day today. We'll be talking about some things, and I would like you to be very interactive, very participative, so that maybe I may mention something that we need some clarifications. You can always call me and then ask some questions. So our training is on creative problem-solving skills in conflict. But before we get to that, I would like us to do some kind of introduction and write our expectations for this training. Because we are all here seated, but we don't know each other, right? And maybe we are not from the same college. I know there are names written there, but I want to know you better than that. I know you've already heard about me, right? So we are going to do some kind of introduction this time before we move on. Can you just quickly pair yourselves? Just in pairs, and then you tell your name to your neighbor. You will introduce your friend. Huh? In 1 minute, tell us the person's name, where the person comes from. It could be your school or I don't know. It's just in 1 minute, and then one funny thing about the person. So, just tell your friends about that. And then, can you just quickly stand up again, please? We will do the introduction. Just stand up.
Like introducing your CV.
I don't know. Is it myself?
Maybe the neighbor. Your neighbor.
Okay. So are we in pairs already?
Yes.
So, can we start or you yes, can we start from
We're still neighboring.
Oh, you are still introducing?
Yes. We don't know.
The name, where he or she comes from, and one funny thing about the person. The person should tell you one funny thing about himself or herself. So let's start here.
Hi, I'm Tessa.
Born JC Jerusalem.
You introduce him and I.
And actually, ma'am, I am his advisor for building the so I really know his then one thing funny about this, and one thing about me.
Excuse me, what you are saying, I want you to tell you who he is. Because this is my friend, his name is he comes from this. One thing funny about him is blah blah blah. And then he will introduce you. Yes.
This is Christian Carlos Ligayong Mama. He's from the senior high school of Rizal. One thing about him is he gets crazy every time.
Good morning, everyone. He is my advisor, Mr. Arlen J. Jerusalem. He came from the senior high school faculty, but he is now the junior high school coordinator. One funny thing about him is that most of the students get crazy also because of him.
Kabuang siya. That's funny.
Yes, the next speller. 1 minute. You should tell your friends what is funny about you so that when we reach you, they should be able to say something. So,
Oh my god. Funny to be like.
From college, Rizal Memorial College. Very much I think about her guy. She very
For the change partner.
yes.
For the change partner.
name is Maria Karina Idiota. She's from the College of Criminal Justice Education student. One funny thing about this person is the way she jokes.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. She's Marvi Orizanto, a criminal student also. She was living in the city. One thing fun about it was about her is she was crying when
Is that funny?
she was crying when his plant was
So this is Lionel Tomas. He's from Tambogo, Cagayan Davao City, and he's also a criminology student from College of Department of Education. And one funny thing about him is that when our class starts, he's at the deep velocity.
Funny thing about you is you keep eating and eating.
Hello, good morning everyone. This is my friend, Arjun Lamongan. He's from Davao City and he is a College of Agriculture. And one funny thing about this him is when he was a drunk, he talking too much English.
Good morning, everybody. It's my friend also, close friend. Taken from Turin. Based on one funny thing is about this is like what is nice.
Thank you. The next one.
Her name is Angel Juanillas. She's from junior high school, iPad RC. One thing funny about her is when she arrived at school, she does wear everything. Good morning, everyone. Her name is Natasha Markman, and she's from the junior high school, iPad department. One funny thing about her is that she is always shy when she talks to other
Hi everyone, this is Ate Tessa Guerra. Because it's written here. So I used to call her Ate because she's older than me. And funniest thing, one funny thing about her is that she keeps on eating.
Thank you for a wonderful introduction. Hi everyone, I'm Tessa Liera. That's my second. She's Mariana Chia, rather. She's from College of Teachers Education, the only one who joined the peer advocates from the College of Teachers Education. One funny thing about her is that she also keeps on eating. We're the same.
Good morning, everyone. So she's my close friend. She came from the College of Art Sciences and Education. One fun thing about this lady,
Not get handy.
I'm sorry. She's Gray Reyes Tiempo. She came from the College of Art and Sciences Education. And one funny thing about her is that she used to laugh like a pig, right?
Good morning, everyone. This lady standing in front of me is Shireen Fuentes. She came from Kamanlangan. And one funny thing about her is that she gets red face when she giggles.
That's not funny, that's cute.
Good morning, everyone. His name is Jazel from the College of Psychology. And then one funny thing about this character. No, one more. I don't know. Good morning, everyone. My partner is his name is Means from Malmar from Criminology Department. One thing funny about this person is when she plays
Go lang. Oh my God.
Good morning, everybody.
Go
By the
lang.
way, this is my friend. His name is Roniel Opinion, and he from the College of Arts and Science Education, major psychology major. And one funny thing about him is crazy.
Good morning, everyone. My friend right here is Glenn Partidas, and he came also from College of Art and Sciences, and we are also both here. So, yeah. And the funny thing about Glenn is, the first time I saw him, I thought he was
The one.
He
He was the one.
person, but when I get to him better, he's funny sometimes and crazy.
Good morning, everyone. This is Sheen. Sheen is my colleague at work at PSO. He's the first buddy that I had at the office. Where she comes from? He comes from Ecoland, the land of Ecoland. There's lots of land and bugs. What's funny is he used to post, not used to. He always posts, post-it, the small sticky notes all over the wall, including my wall, all the windows at the office. So, yeah, that's a bit funny.
Okay, so this is my friend. His name is JP. He is your neighbor, living just a few blocks away. And what's funny about him is he eats a lot, but he doesn't grow.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do we need to introduce?
What funny thing about her is she does it.
Good morning, everyone. He is my classmate in Masters. We think he is Sir Joseph Cruz. One funny thing about him is he also loves eating.
Thank you very much. And please, it's not yet sitting time. Some people move. Okay. All right. And then conflicts are good. True or false? Conflicts are good. True or false? Okay. Conflicts are natural. Conflicts are natural. Conflicts always lead to violence. You do with actions. If you say no, you move to your right or you move to your left. If you say yes, you move forward. If you don't know what to do, you stay on your position. In conflict, people agree to disagree. True or false? People agree to disagree. Okay. The last question. When the conflict is avoided, it is resolved. When the conflict is avoided, it is resolved. Thank you. And the last one again, sorry. In conflict, people disagree to agree. The other one was people agree to disagree. Now this time, in conflict, people disagree to agree. Thank you very much. Hands up those who did not move at all. Let me see your hand up. It's okay. Let me see your hand up. If you did not move, okay.
I got stuck here.
So,
I can't move.
thank you. Clap for yourselves, please. So, by the end of it, we will actually know if we were supposed to move or not. So, right now, I would like us to have our expectations written. Yes. So you get these papers. So while you are getting the papers, this is the outline that we have for our peace workshop. What is conflict and conflict transformation? What is problem solving? What is communication that fosters peace? The role of listening, verbal and non-verbal communication in resolving conflicts. And developing your creative problem-solving skills through simulations. So we are going to have a lot of simulation exercises for this workshop so that you can develop these skills. So I would like you to quickly write down your expectations on the papers that you've been given. What So, are we done with our expectations? Expectations here, we are talking about what do you want to get from this peace workshop? What do you want to learn? Look at the program, look at everything. You've been told that you're having a peace workshop, and the training is about creative problem solving skills in handling conflicts or in handling problems, could be at your job site, your relationships, or whatever. So what actually do you want to get from this training? If you're done, then you can just paste it on the wall. Quickly paste it there. So, are we done? by the end of this training, you should be able to understand the definition of keywords like conflict, peace, conflict transformation, problem solving. From the little exercise that we did, I can assume that most of us have heard about conflict already. We've heard that word conflict, all of us. And then by the end of it, we should be able to introduce to some concepts. We introduce ourselves to some concepts of understanding contradictions. Be introduced to some basic skills of problem solving through the simulations that we are going to have today. So, for us to move on, what then is peace? What is peace? Have you heard of peace before?
Yes.
Can someone tell me what peace is about? Right? Did I pronounce your name?
Yes, sir.
What is peace?
Peace is that when you there is no conflict at all.
When there is no conflict at all. Yes?
And also, read somewhere that peace is not the absence of war, but of justice.
It's not the absence of war,
but of justice.
Yes. Yes?
For me, peace is when you understand each other.
Thank you. Yes?
Just like what she said, for me, in my own understanding about the concept of peace, peace for me is like understanding diversity and individuality. Because if there is that respect and understanding, there will be peace.
Yes. Any other idea? Thank you. Your answers are all talking about peace. Peace has no specific definition. It depends on you how you define peace. Okay? Peace is not the absence of war or violence. When there is no war, it doesn't mean that we are peaceful. It doesn't mean that we have peace. And where there is no violence, it doesn't mean that there is no peace. Yeah? Peace means tranquility. It means tranquility on every side and well-being in wholeness. Are you comfortable in your soul? Do you have your free rights? Are your rights respected? Do you have freedom? Do you have what you need, the basic needs? Can you have this without any hindrance? Can you move around freely? Can you have access to what you bring? Well-being. Peace means justice. Structures are put in place to foster your well-being. Do you have those structures? Do you have that justice? Somebody talked about justice. Do you have that justice prevailing so that your peace can reign? If we don't have all of this, then we are talking about negative peace. Because what you need is not in place. So we have negative peace and there is positive peace. Negative peace could be a situation whereby, for example, there is a lot of corruption, there is unemployment, there is conflict going on other parts of the country, and maybe we have the military or the restoration forces put in place to force that there should be peace. That kind of peace is negative peace. But the real peace that we are talking about is the peace that you feel within your inner self and your environment, wherever you are, that you are comfortable. Everything, the structures that are needed to be put in place are there for you to have a comfort zone, so for you to have the wholeness, the well-being in the total human being. So that is what we talk about, positive peace. So now we know that there is negative peace and there is positive peace. Okay? What is conflict? Have you heard of conflict before? What is conflict? Can you tell me? Yes. Tessa, let's see your name. Yes, I take happen?
And there is disagreement and argument.
Disagreement.
Yeah.
What else comes to your mind when you hear conflict? What else? Yes?
Different ideas with each other.
Yes, different ideas with each other. Disagreement with each other. Yes, Shai was saying something going on.
For me, conflict is that when there are two person disagree with each other and they are not trying to solve it by just talking and listening to each other. So that in that way, conflict will start.
Yes. They don't want to listen to each other. So in that way, conflict will start. So you actually see this. When there is a disagreement, it's like you are pulling each other apart. Because you don't want to agree, you don't want to come into a compromise, or you don't want to come into one accord. And why do we have conflict? Because I have a goal, you have a goal. So there is a clash of our goals. That is why we have conflicts. There is something that I need, and you want something also. But this we cannot have at the same time. So clash of goals, clash of interests. That's why we have conflicts. So conflict can be most simply defined as disagreement between two or more people. Yeah. So it could involve myself and another person. It could involve a group. And when it is between two persons, that is interpersonal conflict. If it is within the group, it's an intra-group conflict. Between two groups, intergroup conflict. But sometimes we have disagreement with ourselves, right? There is this ideology that people also have conflict within themselves. So we are tempted to say that we have an intrapersonal conflict. But this is also because you may be having a disagreement with another person, and this makes you to have unresolved issues within yourself. And that is when you come back to the intrapersonal conflict. Then if it is within the states or within the country, it's an intrastate conflict. Or between one country and the other, we call it an interstate conflict. Yeah. So those are the different kinds. Conflicts could also be understood as a situation of an expressed struggle between at least two interdependent parties who perceive incompatible goals, scarce resources, and interference from others in achieving their goals. Like I said, with clash of goals. You cannot achieve your goals. We have conflicts as naturally occurring. Now you remember the question I asked, that conflicts are natural. We cannot stop conflicts because conflicts are inevitable. Conflicts are natural. They are naturally occurring due to our interactions with others and as a result of our human subjectivity. But what is important is how we deal with conflicts when they arise. How do we handle conflicts? How do we manage the conflict? And that is why we have conflict management, conflict resolution, conflict transformation. How do we deal with this conflict? The conflicts are there, but if we deal with them in the right way, we will realize that conflicts are not bad. Conflicts are also good. Because sometimes it's through this conflict that you really get what you want. You need employment. Some people will really have to go to the street and say, okay, we are protesting because our president or our government is not giving us a job. But had it been you did not go to the street to make him hear your voice, you will not have this job. And then you will have this job and the economy will start booming. Sometimes, within a relationship, when you have conflict, you may not understand the skills that you have. Until you are involved in a conflict, that's when you also build your skills. make conflicts good. Like when you manage them and they don't escalate into violence. But when it escalates into violence, that's the time, and then people are dying, that's the time we see that conflicts are being bad. So sometimes conflicts are good, they are not always bad. Okay. So these are the types of conflicts that I was mentioning a while ago. Personal, interpersonal, state, and interstates. Yeah. Do we understand all of that? How do we address these conflicts? Addressing conflicts. We have conflict management. We have conflict transformation. We have conflict resolution. Have you heard of this word before? Conflict management. Yes. You've heard of it?
Not yet, but only conflict resolution.
Yes, what is that?
Conflict resolution, for example, here in the Philippines, peace talks is ongoing. The talks between government of the Philippines and the National Democratic Republic. So they had this target or the resolution on socio-economic reforms. That is one of my.
Are you talking about the Bangsamoro peace process?
No, but it's about the National Democratic Front of the Philippines.
Oh, National Democratic Front of the Philippines, and they have ongoing peace talks to resolve.
But I think it ended last year because of the other party did not cooperate with the government.
So
There was stopped.
It was stopped, and there was no peace agreement.
They didn't come up with the conflict resolution.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one. That's a good example. So the conflict was not resolved. In that level, the conflict, maybe it was just managed and transformed because they did not arrive at the solution. Okay? They did not meet, yes, they did not meet to a final agreement, some sort of. So when we talk about conflict management, it actually refers to the process, it's a whole process, the way you deal with conflicts. But you manage this conflict in order that they should not escalate. You handle it, you try to bring some styles to handle the conflict so that you can limit the conflict from growing, because conflicts are very dynamic, they are not static. So in doing this, you are trying to manage the conflict, you are trying to see what you can do to prevent the conflict from escalating. But managing conflicts will not be so to the resolution. It doesn't mean the conflict has been solved. It is still there. Okay? But sometimes when you manage the conflict, it could stop it from escalating, as I rightly said. You kind of avoid some situations whereby it may be clashes, loss of lives, or all of this. Yeah. So this also helps when you manage the conflict, when you deal with your conflict styles. And in conflict resolution, it talks about a case where both parties will encourage each other to see and have a solution, to move from a zero-sum mentality to a win-win situation. Though it may not also be a win-win at times, because it may involve adjudication, whereby the conflict is just resolved and the people may decide, okay, we want it to be like this, we want it to be like that, and they sign, but both parties may not be satisfied. When you use adjudication, it is not really a win-win. Okay? And it includes a number of methods for improving a situation of conflict or removing conflicts altogether. You either improve the situation or you remove the conflict. And again, this involves negotiations. People will negotiate. What is negotiation? Kind of negotiation before. That is, I really sit. I sit. Yes, you have something.
Yes, so it like what I shared a while ago. In peace talks, part of the peace talk is the peace negotiation. So they have to meet up. They have to meet in the middle on how to resolve the social economic problems in the Philippines, so that they can resolve the conflict that is ongoing.
Yes, negotiation. Thank you for that contribution. When we talk about negotiation, it's like how can we practice? In fact, we talk about tete-a-tete. I try to negotiate what is it that you really want, and you try to find out what is it that I really want. How can we handle this amicably? We are trying to bargain. We are trying to see how we can come up with something that is peaceful and beneficial for both of us. Okay? So in doing this, we are negotiating with each other. But in mediation is a case whereby there is somebody between the two of us who are parties in the conflict. And this person can be an impartial person or a neutral person who tries to see that we come into an agreement, or we try to resolve the conflict that we are having. So this person is our mediator. And he can only be there if it's accepted by you or accepted by me. The mediator must be accepted by both parties in the conflict. And this person is supposed to be a neutral or an impartial person. Okay? And there's a lot of diplomacy in resolving conflict, because sometimes it will involve a third party coming in. So this neutral person is a third party coming in to address the case between two people or two nations in conflict. So like I said a while ago, it could involve adjudication. People make decisions, and sometimes these decisions may not favor the parties to the conflict. And that is why I said it may not always be a win-win situation. Now, conflict transformation talks about the attempts to change position. This is what I like about this. Conflict transformation. It goes beyond talking about the problem on the table. It talks about dialogue. It talks about improving people's, that is the relationship. It talks about digging deep when you are doing conflict transformation, the root causes of the conflict. What caused that conflict? What about the goals? What about the relationships? The perceptions? That is, people always come to the conflict table maybe with some mindset about the others that they have the conflict with. But in doing conflict transformation, we try to see how we can deal with these perceptions in order to build peace, so that at the end of conflict transformation, there will not be any relapse into further conflicts. Okay? So it's really dig deep to find out what is the problem in the conflict. So it promotes the end of violent conflict. It tries to bring warring parties together in terms of relationships and goals. It is a form of peace building and peacemaking. Peace building and peacemaking. What is the difference between peace building and peacemaking? Is there a difference, or they are just the same words? Peace building and peacemaking. Do we have an idea? Yes.
For in my own understanding, ma'am, it's peace building is coming or reaching the peace with the help of a process, or it comes with the process, ma'am, and by the help of that, you make peace. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good one. Any other person with another idea? Peacemaking and peace building. You talk about peace. I heard a while about peace talks. When you are doing peace talks, when you are doing peace, you want to say something. When you are doing peace talks, like when there is conflict and you are doing peace talks, you want to come up with a peace agreement, you want sign a peace accord, you are doing what is peacemaking. And especially when there is a mediator and people really sit and talk about what is happening in the conflict. Okay, we want it to be solved like this, we want it to be done this way, these are our goals, these are our interests, this is what we want, it should be done. There is always peace talk, people see, and this normally is a peace process that takes a whole long period of time. Like that you have the Bangsamoro peace process in the Philippines between the MILF and the Philippine government. So at the end of it, what they will sit to sign would be the peace agreement, and so that is peacemaking. But when we talk about peace building, for example, peace building could be a situation where we're doing peace education, like what we are doing is part of peace building. We do in peace building maybe before conflicts, during conflicts, and even after conflict. It's also a continuous process. And then when we have conflicts, you could have like the UNHCR, they will bring gifts to give to the IDPs or internally displaced persons or the refugees. This is all peace building. But put together, most, let me say, most organizations, because there is no, can I say, a clear-cut line between peace building and peacemaking. There is an overlap. Because you cannot say, okay, I want to start with peace building. When I finish, I'll go to peacemaking. When I finish, sometimes, they could include all of this under one umbrella. But when it comes to what you hear about people signing peace agreement, peace agreements, peacemaking. And there is also one peacekeeping and even peace enforcement. Peacekeeping is when there is a violent conflict and people are shooting, the government said, no, our people should not die anymore. We need to send the military force, we need to send the police component, the military component to the field. And when they go there, they really want the people to put their arms down. And they also go with their own guns and anyone that we should be able to. So this kind of way that we want to have peace by force is peacekeeping. And we'll have people dropping their arms like this, government, something like this. Okay? And then when there is this peacekeeping, what follows next is the government will try to see that this peace that they are keeping is really in place and is continuous. That is, they are doing peace first. So conflict transformation goes beyond conciliation, mediation, negotiation, and arbitration. Arbitration means people will really agree to settle their case on their own, come into an agreement on their own, and the decision that they do is final for them. Or they can, this is not done in court, but in the case of arbitration, it is done in court. This can be done in a traditional council, the way they resolve issues is using arbitration. So, like I said, conflict transformation really looks into relationships, interests, the actors, the conflicts, and what do they really want in that conflict. So it's not just about the problem itself. The conflict transformation seeks to transform the actors and also transform the conflict itself. So people work together to build up their community. And people choose a joint problem solving over violence. So dealing with conflicts, like I said, we have peace building. So we have peace building before and during And of course, peacemaking will only take place when there is calmness. You cannot force peace building when conflicts are, peacemaking when conflicts are ongoing and you want to have peace talks, people are fighting. Wait, and then people are ready for issues to be resolved. That's when you can really do peacemaking, because there's a lot of facilitation, mediating, negotiations that have to take place at the end of it to make a peace agreement if it is successful or a peace accord. So peacekeeping is during violent behaviors and conflicts. So we do this in order to have ceasefire to end the violent conflict. And sometimes it also ends with a ceasefire agreement. Ceasefire simply means you put down your weapons. You put down your arms. People cease to fight. No more killing. Ending violent conflict does not necessarily mean it has been resolved. So this time when we do peacekeeping, it doesn't mean that the conflict has been resolved. It is still there also. So what then is problem solving, like we are talking about? Those are we have had some definitions. And what is problem solving? Problem solving is an effort to come to common understanding and attainment of goals and interest by conflicting parties who want to have a solution to the problem. You don't want to ignore it, you don't want to dump it, you don't want to neglect the problem that you have. You want it to be resolved. You are trying to see how you can come to a one-on-one understanding in order to foster peace. Because if you want to foster peace, you are trying to resolve issues that matter, the issues that arise. That is problem solving. And this is only possible when the problem is known and the people involved are known. You cannot solve a conflict that you don't know it. You must know the conflict, you must know the people involved. These are actors, the people in the actors in the conflict. Okay? I like that. The ideal part of it is that we identify the problem. Yeah, we define the problem. When you identify it, define it, you try to explore how you can solve this problem. What are the possible solutions? What are the possible outlets that we can touch to solve this problem? What action next is the action? What kind of action can you take? What steps do you take? Do you need to touch the third person? Do you need just to go to that person that you are going to have a conflict with, to talk to that person to solve the problem? Or you need a third party? And then you look back, flash back the situation. What has happened? Just have a look at it. Go over the situation again and again. And you try to come up with a solution. How you can handle it. So that is the idea of doing it, the ideal way of doing it. Okay? Do we have questions so far? None so far. So, are we good to have, what's this? The break?
Yes, my favorite song.
So we will have
see, they're all alive.
Yeah. Break, because I see like we're already heavy. We will have 15 minutes break and then we come back. Thank you very much. We have some snacks.
Okay, mag-distribute sa snacks.
So, solving the problem. I said we have to solve the problem, or we have to solve the conflicts. We must know the problem. We must get to know the problem using communication skills. How do you know the problem? You use communication skills. But if you don't use your skills, you cannot know the problem. What are some of the communication skills that we are talking about? For example, what communication skills can you think of that we can use in solving conflicts? Can you give me examples? Communication skills. Verbal communication skills, yes. Non-verbal, yes. Body language is non-verbal, yes. What else? Listening, excellent. Listening is one of the important skills. Listening skills is a very, very important skill when you are dealing with conflict. If you cannot listen and listen and listen as active listener, you cannot handle conflicts. You need a mind that is focused on listening. You need the face. You need your body and soul and everything about you when you want to listen to people in conflict. So listening is one of the most important skills in dealing with when you want to resolve conflicts. Very, very important. So you apply what? It's not just listening, it's active listening. It's not about you sitting here and your mind is enjoying. No. It's not about you sitting here and your soul is, at Bankerohan somewhere they're checking what you have to buy after this. You have to be here present, the whole you is here. And it's sometimes difficult for us to do active listening. We are going to know why it's difficult to do active listening and what are some of the things that we can do in order to listen to other people actively by the end of this session. So, these are some skills in resolving conflict. Also, you can also apply this. You need to predict the conflict. You don't have to wait for the conflict to really escalate before you start intervening. You don't have to wait for personal clashes, or you don't have to wait for bad behaviors. You have to intervene on time. And if you want to really resolve issues that parties are into it, you let both parties cool down. There is no way you can intervene in a conflict that people are really quarreling or they are fighting or they are, at that point when there is violence, we cannot resolve. So you have to give time for people to cool down. You don't attempt to find solutions while everyone is boiling or while everyone is feeling mad. You give people time for reflection over the situation. Let them know you will resolve the problem after everyone has had some breathing. You give them breathing space. Yeah? You don't just walk in and you need to give them time. And you articulate the conflict. I said a while ago that you have to mediate the conflict, but if you want to intervene, you don't force yourself to intervene in the conflict. It doesn't happen like that. Otherwise, you will be a party to the conflict and not a mediator. So you have to be accepted by the parties in the conflict. Sometimes some people go to resolve conflict, but they find themselves as parties to the conflict. It shouldn't be like that. You have to be accepted by both parties. And you must be a neutral person, and you must be an impartial person in that conflict. You are giving something to party A, you are giving something to Shai, give that same thing to Brown on the same platform. You don't give her something and then you leave right around. Casey, are we on the same platform? Together. So you cannot solve the problem until you know what problem you are solving. Because the thing is actually like this. You have maybe a tree. Let's say this is your pomelo tree or whatever you may call it. Right? How many of us like pomelo? We are really loud. I want to eat that very much. JP, take notes.
Okay, I will order. I will order in food panda.
So this is our pomelo tree. And we want to have When you want to sell and earn some money, or you want to eat and then you have some vitamins in you, but you want to harvest the pomelo and it has a lot of illnesses, something like it's not smooth, and you are just here pruning the leaves, cutting and doing some other thing. This is what you see. But you don't know that there are also microorganisms until you go here to find out what is happening to your pomelo tree. There are microorganisms here eating up the pomelo. Maybe this one is manure or fertilizer, because without this, if you are just here throwing water and maybe just pruning here, the leaves cannot cook food, because this food you have to take care of the apples or the fibrous fruit or whatever, so that when they have the nutrients, when they have the water, they will transfer it to your leaves of the pomelo, and the pomelo will have what? Water or whatever it takes to cook the food and share to even the flowers of pomelo for you to have the beautiful and smooth fruits. But if you are just here, you will never have beautiful pomelo. The same thing with conflict. You must dig deep to find out what is happening. And so if you don't come to the roots, you will never have what is known as the root causes. Right? If you get to this point, that's when you get the root causes of the conflict. And from this point, you get to what? This part. This is the core. The core of the problem. The core problem. Yeah? And then, from here, you get to what? Get to nodal effects. These are the effects. This is what you see on the surface when there is a conflict. You see just violence, you see clashes. But if you leave out the whole of this, you cannot resolve the conflict. That is what conflict transformation tries to leave the surface and go beyond. Looking at the goals, looking at the root causes, looking at the basic needs. What is it in the conflict that the people really want? What are your basic needs? This problem isn't just a problem on the surface, but there is something that we need to dig deep to find out. Until you get to this point, you will just see people fighting here, marching on the street. You go there to stop them from marching. You bring military, whatever. You can bring all the military in the world to stop the effects here. But if you don't touch this, the conflict, there will be a relapse. You did not touch the root causes.
The root is important.
Yes. This is the important. And this core problem means what is triggering the conflict. Because the root is not stable, you don't have a good foundation, of course, you cannot have a good building.
So we cut the root.
Even if you cut the root, everything will collapse. So we need to dig deep, find the solution to this root, and then we get to know the core problem. Sometimes this core problem is what triggers. It's just like a volcano. Building up, you have a magmatic chamber, building, the rocks are melting always, all the time. And you know what the funny thing is? The magma will not just explode once. It takes time for what is happening. It starts gradually. And after some time, there is that overpressure on it, everything. This is how human beings are. No, I cannot stand this thing. I need to burst. I need to vomit this thing. I'm looking for an opportunity. And so you see, even if there is no path, it's looking for, like the mama will look for the slightest fraction. Because it is buoyant at that time when you really have something in you. You are like, I'm looking for where to vomit this problem. And the least opportunity, that's when you explode. Boom. And people will just be seeing the effects and they think that, no, it did not start there. It's a long time. So for you to solve conflict, you must get to the root causes. Because if you don't do that, there will always be a relapse. Going back to the same. So did we get that word? That we need to go back there so that we have good pomelo.
Yes.
JP needs to find the roots.
And so this is what we call one of the tools in resolving conflict, the conflict tree. Just use it in your pomelo. We have many tools, but this is just a of my club issue. But if you don't go to these root causes, you cannot get what has passed. Okay? And then you should make both parties feel heard when you are trying to resolve the conflict. Let people express their minds. Because if they carry burden within them, it's not resolved. Schedule one-on-one time with each party to make sure they each have the chance to fully air out what is in their mind, their concerns. Then solutions that will involve collaboration, that is people sit on a table, they dialogue. What can we do regarding this? They collaborate, they compromise sometimes. This kind of methods will be more productive and ensures that the needs of everyone, every person that is a party to the conflict are met. But if you are competing or avoiding or sometimes accommodating, this is not really the best. Anyway, we'll see this during our simulation exercise, these times. So, managing and resolving conflicts and learning how to listen. So listen, what is listen is, it is a way of giving an active attention to someone. Listening strengthens us. When we listen, it actually strengthens us, our skills, and then it also informs us that the other person that is talking to us, he or she feels that he's heard. When you are listening to someone and you really follow the discussion, you do active listening, you see the presence of the person that you are discussing with, you see his active attention to whatever you are talking about, and you will come up with an amicable solution. So it takes what? An empty mind to allow other things to come in. But if your mind is so, because we have what we call jumping minds. The mind keeps on jumping like a monkey. You can listen to yourself. Sometimes you realize that you will not have the same things in your mind for good 10 minutes. You realize that different things run through your mind. But there is a way of doing this. You need to practice listening to yourself all the time. And that's why a lot of people practice meditation. Meditation. Because you want your mind to be focused, self-centeredness. If you have a mind that is so busy all the time, it will be difficult for you to listen. So we already said we need to foster collaboration, compromise, we communicate expectations with everyone. This will also help us to avoid future conflicts. Why am I going to this so fast? And then we need to solicit solutions, right? Ask for potential solutions from all parties involved in the conflict. If you have co-workers involved in the conflict, you may also ask their opinion. And then when the people in the conflict see its resolution as a joint effort, it becomes more sustainable. You have something to tell us now. Why did you giggle it? Opinion is yes, family name. Yeah. Your family name is opinion, so I just mentioned your name. So we can sometimes get a solution. If we want the solution to be sustainable, we get the opinion from the people who are involved in the conflict. This makes it more sustainable. And then I would like us to move a bit to listening skills and resolving conflict. But before we get to that, I would want us to just see a small thing. I don't know how this will look like. So yes.
So once again, good morning everyone. Today we will witness the role play by Mr. Glenn and Ishai on how to, if both parties don't listen to each other.
Lights, camera, action.
And sorry, just to add, in the first part, you will see how their listening is not really that the kind of active listening we are talking about. And in the second part, try to pick up what they are saying to see if the listening in the second part is active listening. And then you will give your contributions at the end. Thank you.
Anong mga tao?
Hindi mo ginawa.
Ay, sorry.
Hey Shai, what are you doing? Seems like you're carrying a lot of books. You know what, Shai? Digital books are cheaper.
Your device may go obsolete and may you lose books.
Shai, you can carry thousands of books on your device with no extra weight.
Oh my god, Glenn. These days, with all that's going on, we are more very likely to read a few books anyway. So, why have some thousands on the go?
Shai, in digital books, you can search, you can translate, you can look up terms, and you can take notes.
But Glenn, nothing beats the smell and feeling of the book in your hands.
Shai, whatever.
Hey Glenn, you're not listening to me. Come on.
Matay na akong ginawa.
Oh, Shai, you're still reading your book. You know what, Shai? Digital books can be purchased instantly anywhere you are, and you can start reading them right away.
So, what do you mean? Is that I can just order the book, get it instantly in my device, open it, and start reading it, even when I'm traveling?
Yes, Shai, that's what I mean.
Glenn, you can recall the content of the paper book much more than that one. If you need to learn something, paper book is better than using that phone.
Really? So, Shai, so what you mean is that by reading a paperback, I am more likely to remember the contents than if I was reading it on the digital device?
Yes, Glenn. It is tested and proven that reading books or using books than using the digital one is better, and you can really recall the content of it. So that is what I mean.
Okay, Shai, thank you for sharing your opinion. And now I realize that it's more important to read paper book than reading my device, my digital device.
Okay then, so starting today, use books than the digital book.
Okay, Shai, thank you. See you tomorrow. I have class.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
On MMFF.
Can we clap for them again?
Hello. We're breaking it.
How was it? Can you say something to them or your observation? Anything that you noticed, please? Let's start with the first part. Yes. I mean the audience.
It was shown in the role play that there is really a big difference between listening and hearing. Because the very first part is just that they're talking, but the thing is that they're both not interested in what they're talking about. The second part is that Shai is starting to paraphrase what is Glenn is saying. And by the use of that, they did not come up to conflict. They did not they did not sir? Yeah, argue by the end of the conversation, just like unlike the first one.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Who else witnessed something? The first or the second part? Yes? Free to contribute.
My observation is from the beginning they both have their differences. The other one wanted to emphasize the use of digital books, and the other one wanted to stay with normal traditional books. Both of them have very different uses and practicality in that sense. And both of them actually pointed out their pros and cons. That way, they would be able to come up with sort of understanding the middle at the end of the conversation.
Yes. So, any other contribution?
Or observations.
Or observation, yes.
I think
Anything you
that would be the
observe, their actions, their, anything you observe that they were doing that you may like to comment on that.
Oh, they were insisting on their sides.
They were insisting. Because they want, why were they insisting? Maybe they were trying to see, they want to be heard, something like that. I want my opinion to be heard. Yes, any
In
other?
this group.
This
group is the most silent.
Jamila?
Based on my
No, these people have been contributing because I think, yeah.
so what we have been observed. The second scenario is more, it's more important to say that or on how you now
It's more important to listen. So you notice that they were listening. Did you notice at some point that they were listening to each other? Which part? Oh, the second part. Okay. Now let's hear to them, the people who did the role play. Let's hear from them. I would like to know from you, Glenn and Shai. Maybe I start with Glenn.
For me, ma'am.
Yes, I want to ask you that in the first part, how did you feel when you were discussing with Shai and your ideas were not the same? What you were saying, she kept on saying something else. Please, can we be together? Yes. How did you feel when you were talking and your partner kept on stating opposed views to what you were saying? You were peace off. What about you? Opposed views.
Peace off or peace off?
When I'm talking, then Glenn is not listening to me. I feel so irritated and unimportant. Unloved.
Because they had opposed views. So he was pissed off and she was irritated. And then in the second part, how was it like when you were talking and then she kept on paraphrasing what you were saying? Oh, what you mean is, do you mean? And then she repeats, how did you feel in that second part when she was paraphrasing what you were saying? Yeah? Both of you.
First, try.
With the second part, when Glenn listened to me and he's now paraphrasing what I have been saying, I feel important and loved.
She felt importance and love. Really? And what about you?
Same as Shai.
I think I love her.
I love her already.
Thank you very much. So, what we are trying to say is, when you are talking to each other and the person is not listening to you, you feel like what they are saying, they are pissed off. Imagine you are in a conflict situation and you are talking to somebody, but the person kept saying opposite things to what you are saying. It makes you, in real life, you have something within you that is like
Boiling.
But in the second part, you remember that it was not just paraphrasing. Actually, they both sat down. You saw their actions. They sat down. They were facing each other, eyeball to eyeball. Did you notice? But I saw that. And then she was like this. This shows that she has created space to listen to each other. They have both created space. Unlike before, they were like that, when you're talking and someone is like this. Really important. Thank you very much. Can we clap for them? They say
Lovely.
Yes.
Is it important to practice that if in a conflict situation you have to be interested to listen? Then
Listen more and talk less.
that would
Respectful.
help.
Very well.
That would help resolve things, right?
Yes. Okay, did you enjoy that play? So the next play will be done by
With prompts and all.
Marian.
So managing and resolving conflicts by learning how to listen. So listen is a way of what? Giving an active attention to someone. Listening strengthens us, informs us, makes it easier for others to get us, and it takes an empty mind to allow more information, like we already saw this. Okay. Types of listening, we talk about active listening. We strive to understand when we are doing active listening. The goal here is to understand, not to win. We are understanding, but we don't want to win an argument. We try to understand each other. And then to learn what another person is talking about or what the person is feeling. This does not mean agree with what the person says. Instead, active listening conveys that we try to understand the person's experience. Yeah. And then active listening can result to a new understanding of the speaker as well. When you listen to people who are active, you understand this person better. Why you are having that problem with your friend or with your colleague is because you've never taken time to sit and really listen to what your colleague or your friend is telling you, or your partner. Take time to listen to the person. You listen, you get the experiences, you get what the person is, the message the person is saying, and what the person is trying to say. There are some things that the person may not say, but when you engage in active listening, you convey the message that the person has not mentioned. Okay? It includes symbols of eyes, undivided attention, symbol of ears, the hearts, and interactive face-to-face process. You can't tell me you're listening to me and you don't look at me on my face. I cannot be talking to you and you're giving me your back and you tell me you're listening. I know fully that you are not listening to me. And I may have presumptions that I have some perceptions about it. And these are the things that matter in these situations. Very important. That's why I said listening is a very important skill. And then, what are the things that make people not to listen? Why is it hard to engage in active listening? The first thing is what? Internal noise. We have internal noise. We have to deal with internal noise. What is internal noise? Only you knows your internal noise, and only me, I know my internal noise. What is that thing that is talking? I have a TV within me that I'm watching now, but you may not know. Yes, I have things going on in my mind, a lot of things. I may be thinking about my children in Cameroon, but that is not it. Because I'm off. So we have things in our mind, and playing, we have situations, scenarios going on in our mind. We have to take that off when we want to do active listening. External noise. The noise that is in our environment. Preconceived ideas. What is that? Bias. Some people, like, you get to the mall and immediately you see somebody tie their hair with the Muslim. You don't want to take that tract. Perceptions. What is that? Preconceived ideas. A Muslim? Why do we have that? Muslims have preconceived ideas about us. Christians have preconceived. That's an example. Why? When you have that preconceived ideas within you about somebody, when you sit on a dialogue table to talk with that person to resolve conflict, what is playing in your mind is the preconceived ideas. You cannot listen to that person. What can he say? By the way, he's a Muslim. By the way, she's a Christian. I have nothing in common. This is what you have in mind. You cannot engage in active listening. So you have to do away with this. You want to engage in active active listening. And the last is clouded minds. Your minds are not free. Always feel like something like grudges, something like the things that someone did to you from the 1st of January 2010, they are still written somewhere. And sometimes you still go back to recount these things. On the 1st of December, I remember you did these things to me. You have a mind that is supposed to give space for you to do things, and you keep on clouding your mind with things that you have to forgive. You have to let go of those things. You are really a peace people. You have to do active listening. Don't cloud your mind with those things. Okay? And so what are the things now that we can do? Maybe I check. How do you do active? How to do active listening? You have to be motivated. You have to have a kind of motivation to listen to someone. What do I mean by motivation? Think of a date. When somebody is directing you to come and have maybe a rendezvous, that's how do you say it? That is French. A program or a date, something. You really direct, you get a taxi, you go straight. After dropping from this position, take the road to the left. After the yellow building, go to the next block. 10 right, 10 left. You are listening, you are following up, you are motivated to get the description. Okay, I will be there in the next 10 minutes. And you arrive. Because you are motivated to listen to that person. You know that you are going there, you have a date, so you don't want to miss anything. You are motivated to listen. So if you have this kind of mind, you feel motivated to listen to someone, then you will engage in active listening. But if you are not having that motivation, it's difficult for you. You create space. Creating space means remove those things that are inside of the mind and throw them. Those things that are not. Because our mind is supposed to, I read a book which says that our mind is supposed to understand 1,000+ words within, I think, a minute, but we are not able to do that. We can only take, I think, 400 and something, if I'm not mistaken. Going there, going left and right, and then it comes back. So we need to create space. Creating space does not mean you look for an environment and see. Creating space means you decongest your mind. Take time, sit for 15 minutes and listen to yourself always. Try to focus on one thing. And if the mind is running, jumping, bring back the mind, center the mind, make it to focus. It's not a force. You do this regularly so that you can always remain focused all the time. And then you make sure your body agrees with your words. Sometimes we say words, but our body is not saying those things that we are, We might be saying some other things, sometimes even nodding our head, but the body is not agreeing.
Yes.
Exactly. Yes. Sometimes, no.
It's not written and yes. Body
Can you
language.
show me some kind of non-verbal communication?
Non-verbal. For example, I'm hungry, then I don't feel like talking. But yeah, I want like that. It simply shows that I want to eat like that.
Okay. So in the Philippines or in just everywhere that you do like this?
Eat again.
You wanna eat like that?
Yeah.
So if I do like this,
Yeah, that's a direction.
that's the body language I've also learned here. So it means something, right? What is
It's
the
like I
other
want to
one?
kiss someone.
At
Pointing something.
pointing to something.
Pointing to
Direction.
something or pointing to someone. Another one is not all about the what non-verbal communication.
It's not trying to kiss you. It's not trying to kiss you, just pointing direction.
Yes.
nonverbal communication also includes gestures, ma'am. For example, our eye contact, our how the way we talk, and like what the role play. Nonverbal.
Yes, she's talking about non-verbal communication.
If you kanang nagatalk.
International conflicts. This is very important. How you present yourself, your posture, all of these people's posture must be respected. Like in my culture, if you do like this is an insult.
So includes gestures, ma'am. For example, our eye contact, our how the way we talk, like what the role play. Nonverbal.
Yes, she's talking about non-verbal communication.
If you kanang nagatalk ka, di ba? You have your gestures or your body language.
I think also the distance between
the distance.
Yes. Non-verbal. You have body gestures, expressions, facial expressions. What are some of the facial expressions?
Sad.
Look at what she's doing.
Frowning.
It's something. What is it?
Yes.
rolling eyes.
That means something, no?
And elevated.
Yes. Can you just do it?
No, I cannot.
She doesn't have eyebrows.
I like the one Shy did. What is her face? Sometimes we do some signs like rolling eyes. I don't know how to do that.
Rolling in the deep.
And then this body language or this kind of communication, body gestures are respected in conflict because when you sit to communicate with people, there are some kind of body gestures that you do that will really irritate other people, and some are acceptable. So you have to learn cultures and all of this, especially when you are mediating in international conflicts. This is very important. How you present yourself, your posture, all of these people's posture must be respected. Like in my culture, if you do like this is an insult.
Ooh.
So if you sit on a table and somebody comes
mean?
and you do like this, it means you have insulted. That's an example.
So does that mean that the person is talking?
Yes, when the person does that is not an insult.
Get off.
I just know that yes, it's an insult. Yes.
What does it mean?
Just
Okay. Just leave it there.
and maybe there are others, and then if you do like that, you beckon on someone to come. Right? I don't know if it's the same thing.
It's just simply bye-bye. Bye. Yeah, goodbye. Waving.
Bye is like this for us.
We can also use like that. It depends.
So, and then if somebody is talking to you and you are just like this, then you are staring the person.
Head to foot.
You just pick the person from head to toe.
Right.
What does that mean?
You love the person. Just kidding. No, just kidding.
Is that you love the person?
No.
You're
You're trying. Yeah.
You are trying to minimize the person. That's minimizing the person. That's it. So, those things we need to take note of. And then, still on non-verbal communication. So, let me go back to that. We already saw that. We have, though people feel a lot of difficulties, they somehow manage to tell each other what they want to convey the message with the help of facial expressions, eye contact, and movement of hands. True? What is communication that fosters peace then? We have a way to discuss that will foster peace for us. So the kind of communication that we want should really be what we expect others to tell us, the way we want others to communicate with us. For example, talking styles. The way we talk to each other, it matters a lot. We may say something, but the tone of the voice is different. right? We may be saying, trying to convey a message, but the kind of voice that we are using is not the voice that is needed at that particular time. So sometimes our communication, like non-verbal communication, is more than the words that we use. In fact, our body language and tone of voice often speak louder than our words. So we have to be careful whatever things we say. Take for example, Shin, thank you. How can you say that in a way that you will just did it, you will not match what you are saying? No, that's not the way. I am not angry. What does that mean?
You're angry.
It means I am angry. Did someone explain it to you? Because my tone, my body, everything about me. Can you say that I am not angry, meaning something else? Can you say it?
I am not angry.
I mean, you are angry, but you are trying to say you are not angry, using your body language, your tone.
I am not angry.
I want to hear you say it.
I'm not angry.
This is
She's more calm.
more calm. I want some other person to say it. Yes.
Why?
That person saying he's not
I'm not hungry.
Oh, you are saying I'm not hungry.
I'm not hungry.
Okay, say it to mean you are really not angry. Can you say that?
I am not.
I'm not hungry.
I am not angry.
Yeah.
You think what you are saying. I am not angry. Now you are not angry. You're on a dialogue table. You talk like this. Wow. Something else. You know? So, make sure that our body language, our tone, everything is in order. Our body language tone must match our message, right? When we give an incongruent message where our tone of voice and body language does not match our message, there is bound to be confusion and frustration. That's what follows next. So we are not supposed to give what? Communication roadblocks. What is communication roadblocks? Sometimes when we are in a situation where we really have to express ourselves, and then you try to create a barrier that somebody may not understand. You don't really want to express yourself. Some people may say, okay, I will remain silent no matter what she says. I will never respond to her. I just give her silent mood. These are roadblocks. You cannot resolve conflicts with communication roadblocks. So we need to express ourselves in order for us to be able to communicate and understand each other. The silent treatment, you also call it stonewalling.
Stonewalling.
Silent treatment. No. I got someone.
Passive aggressive. Being passive aggressive.
Being
Passive aggressive.
Being aggressive?
Yes, mommy. I can't think, mommy, you're being passive, mom, but somehow you're aggressive also, mom.
Exactly. You are passive and you are aggressive. This is not needed in resolving conflicts. So no stonewalling and no silent treatment. Have you done that before? Silent treatment?
Just talk to my dad.
It's not good. Okay? So, because why is it not good? Because conflict resolution is impossible without communication. You cannot manage or you cannot transform, you cannot resolve if there is no communication. There must be a medium of communication. Now, we have to move to this simulation how we can develop our problem solving skills. Look at what you have. You have something there in your folders. Yes.
Do they know that they can write on passage?
Please, you have a space to write there. So you have a booklet where you can write. There is space in your booklet. I already told you that you can use that. So, let's try to facilitate this as much as we can. So we have to develop our problem solving skills. This is what we are working on now. Do we have this? Problem solving skills. The heading there is personal conflict style inventory. Do we have it?
Yes.
Okay, let's get to that. Let's try to look at the instructions. This is just a reflection exercise anyway. This inventory is just for you to reflect on what we will be doing now. And the reflection to this can create more important. Don't rely on this. Yeah, because what you come up with it, don't say that, okay, this is the conflict management style that I have. It's not fixed. It can change at any time. So we are going to go through some responses in the first phase when you first discover that you had some conflict or some differences exist. What I can advise you here is you should use a scenario of a conflict that you've gone through before. Just think of something that you've gone through before and then you try to answer the questions. Okay? No answer is wrong and no answer is correct. Just answer based on what you have in your mind. So, Shin, do you have a copy? You have a copy? So, we will begin when I first discovered that there are differences which exist. A. I make sure that all views are out in the open and treated with equal consideration, even if there seems to be substantial disagreement. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And on the side of towards 1, moving towards 1 is not at all characteristic of you. And moving towards 6 is a very characteristic of you. So you will select the number that is closer to your own characteristic. You don't have to do copy work. This is about yourself, so that you know who you really are when it comes to managing conflicts, how you do it. So I make sure that all views, all the answers here are based on when I first discovered that differences exist. So let's start with A. I make sure that all views are out in the open and treated with equal consideration, even if there seems to be substantial disagreement. So you circle the one that is about you. Is it understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, let me see if you did not understand. If you did not understand what I said. Yes. So you have, when I first discovered that differences exist, how did you react? You choose your answers. This is the response. So you circle the one that, yes, circle either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6. If you are circling 1, it means that this is not your response. If you are circling 2, it means somehow it's not really high, very close to the characteristic of 2. Do we understand?
Yes.
Do we understand? Please just be open to me if you don't understand what we are doing. I want everybody to follow. So you can. Okay, yes. Maybe who understands best what I've just explained? You understand? Can you explain it to the others?
You said
Kasi wala ka.
Maybe in the dialect or something so that they can do so.
Sawadi ka. Sige, explain na lang. Explain na.
Sige, naay nakaano nila mga paunsa na to gina-overcome ang kaning conflict. So, naadira ang from 1 to 6. 1 is the lowest kung not at all characteristic, and 6 is very characteristic kung ginabuhat yun nato siya. So, balungan sa
Okay, are we there? So we go to B. I devote more attention to making sure others understand the logic and benefits of my position. And I do to pleasing them. Can you read it? To them, maybe?
Yeah. Read it again.
Yeah. B. Yes, right.
B, I devote more attention to making sure others understand the logic and benefits of my position than I do to pleasing them. But I see. I make my needs known, but I tone them down a bit and look for solutions somewhere in the middle. To C, I make my needs known, but I tone them down a bit and look for solutions somewhere in the middle.
Fine.
Okay, let's go to E. I pull back from discussion for a time to avoid tension. Let's go to E. I devote more attention to feelings of others than to my personal goals. So, circle lang 1, if not all characteristics, or 6 when characteristic, or something like that. And this is when I first discovered, or you first discovered, that differences exist. Because conflict starts with differences. Yes. And then, what?
Letter.
F. Okay, F. I make sure my agenda doesn't get in the way of our relationship.
5.
G. I actively explain my ideas and just as actively take steps to understand others.
4 ako, sorry.
G. I am more concerned with goals I believe to be important than with how others feel about things. Answer. Answer ka ba?
Yeah. It's doing the encircle thing.
Let's go to letter I. Sige ma'am, pakipasa na letter I.
I decided the differences are worth worrying about.
I decide the differences aren't worth worrying about. Okay, let's go to J. Sir, ipasa. Sir J.
To give up someone points in exchange for others.
So let's go to the next one. So if differences persist, so many differences, no? And feelings escalate. Let's go to the third case. I enter more actively into discussion and hold out for ways to meet the needs of towers. What's towers? Towers as well as my own. Others. Yeah.
Needs of others.
I enter more actively into discussion and hold out for ways to meet the needs of others as well as my own. L. I put forth greater effort to make sure that the truth as I see it is recognized and less on facing others. And I try to be reasonable by not asking for my full preferences, but I make sure I get some of what I want.
4.
And I don't push for things to be done my way, and I pull back somewhat from the the demands of others.
What to do?
Letter O, keeping the relationship comfortable. B, they interact less with others and look for ways to find a safe distance. Q, sige ma'am, pinasa. Letter Q.
I do what needs to be done and hope we can get my feeling better.
I do what needs to be done and hope we can mend feelings later. R. Ikaw ma'am, pinasa mo. R.
I do what is necessary to serve the other feelings.
What's the meaning of soul? Saan mo nag-soul? Ha? Mapaalman?
Do what's necessary to suit the other's feelings. That is, you do what is necessary to please the other person's feelings.
S.
I pay close attention to the desires of others but remain firm that they need to pay equal attention to my desires.
Letter T. The last one. I press for moderation and compromise so we can make a decision more on with things. And more on with things. What do you mean by compromise?
When we talk on compromise, it's like you're trying to, accept what the other person is trying to say and letting go of some of your own things. Yeah. You compromise by giving out away some of your goals, giving out some of what you really want, your interest, to accept the other person's goals in the situation you are dealing with. You are trying to compromise with the other person. Not only to get yourself, but the other person. Yes. Okay, starting. No, have you finished? Have you finished taking?
Okay, so have you already finished putting the scores?
Have you circling everything? Have you finished circling? Are you there?
Yes.
Then let's go to the next part, which is tally sheet. Yes, sheet. So,
okay, so from the scores, you put it on the tally box, on the table at the back. So for example, here, you see A, B, L, C, N, D, N, and so on. So this refers to this letter. So kung ang score, like for letter A, if we put a score of 3, then here you write 3.
So JP.
And then A.
Sir, nag-full siya. So ako ang nililipat sa picture.
Like 4. You write 4 beside the...
Or hindi siya mapindot.
Nakuha?
Or I think na-save ba ito?
After that,
yes, you saw. Like A and G.
Yeah.
1 plus 4, you write it total.
That's the problem is we don't have that printouts yet. So don't worry.
Ikaw nag-answer ka?
Mag-answer ko, sir. So, sir, nag-answer. Nag-ingon lang ko.
One by one lang.
Yes po. Po siya lang nagasulat.
Kasi talaga yung sulat.
Yes po. Po, person ako na, sir. Is it okay, sir? Ano na po?
Please.
Hindi, indicate lang din. Wala yung name. Tapos, ay, madam, siya. Hindi ko siya sunod-sunod siya. 5. 5444. Yan, chopper. Medyo ba ito niya? Now these two scores and the slide from highest, from names in order.
Are you doing it?
Yeah, I did.
Total already?
Yeah.
Total?
The next.
What is the next?
Total?
Yes.
Yes. Total?
Yeah. Oh, you don't have to do that. You have to add the numbers.
Oh my God. Sir, ina po may kong video na, sir. Mo-post me diri, sir. Live po tayo ngayon.
Okay, we have our total.
Yes, ma'am.
So now we proceed to the next. So let's look at the first column. We have calm. Did you see calm?
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one we have storm.
Yes.
Now under calm we have score and we have style. Have you seen that?
Yes.
And the same on storm.
Yes.
So what we are going to do now is we go to calm. We look at our table where we have the scores. So you have to list your scores and the style names in order from highest score to lowest in both the calm and storm columns below. Okay? For example, let's look at calm. What was there under CAM? We have, how many CAMs do we have? There is CAM above collaborating, there is CAM above forcing, there is CAM above compromising, there is CAM above avoiding, and there is CAM above accommodating. Yeah. So let's go down under the score for CAM. Which one was your highest score? Only CAM score. Don't use score. Don't use don't use STOMP. We are using only CAM score to register on this site. It's personal. So you run the scores. For example, here, right? This is CAM. So where is your highest score for CAM? This is CAM, this is CAM. CAM here you have 9. CAM here you have 8. CAM here you have 9. Yes.
They can visualize which one is higher.
Okay, yeah. So
how about the two highest?
Please.
Yeah, we will see. So there's a way for us to visualize the scores that we have. So this is called the web chart. So the web chart is basically looks like a web. So like we have here the like 5 what do you call these categories.
Yes, the 5 management styles.
Foresee,
The conflict
compromise,
management styles.
avoiding, accommodating. So this will help us visualize the data that we have. Okay, so can we ask someone?
You have your data. Who has the data? Casey, your data. Can we use your
Yeah,
data?
let's use Casey's data.
Okay.
Have your paper, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Like for example, Casey's scores. Like for collaboration, for 9. So 9 is somewhere here. So at the center is 0. Going to the corner is the highest score. So Casey's scores, that's 10. Now, of course, Casey has 8. And that for compromise. So this is for example. Compromising. Avoiding. 7.
This is for CAM.
So this one accommodating is 11. So he went outside the border. She went outside the border.
Please, let's try to follow this because we also do it.
And then what we do is connect all those dots. And then so from here,
let's look up links for a while.
which direction do you think is this shape going towards? Towards accommodating. So the highest score of Casey in terms of is accommodating. Second highest is compromise. Okay, let's go to 7.
So this one, before you get to that, this one means this is when the conflict first starts. This is how Casey's conflict management style is accommodating. So this second one will be when the conflict escalates. Let's see what she will have.
Okay, let's proceed with Storm. For collaborating, we have 9. And then for foresee, 10. For compromise, 11. Compromise, 11. Avoiding 12. Easy is extreme. For accommodate. Yeah, so how about this one? Where is it leading towards? Avoiding.
So,
Second highest is compromise.
so what you can say is the higher the score in a given style is more likely she is to use that style. Like when it starts, she was more of accommodating, and when the thing persists, she's more of avoiding and sometimes moving towards all of this. She's trying to accommodate, she's trying to, she's trying to be compromising. So this, that I said, you have to use a conflict situation that you find yourself in it, and then you try to work on it. But this doesn't mean that this is what Casey is all through her life. So you can really work on this depending on how you have managed a scenario of a conflict, then you can use this to work with this. And that's why I said no correct answer and no wrong answer exists. But Casey, thank you very much. Yeah. So can we do it on our own? Can we try it to see what we really are? And then you can rank it if you want to rank. You can do the ranking here. There is space there. Have you done the ranking? Yeah. You have here the scores. You rank. Yes, the highest for calm, but the highest the lowest for calm. The highest the lowest for stop. And you turn over, there is a continuation over.
Amazing.
So what we want you to do now is to try to do the example like Casey did. You do your own work. Yes, there is space, turn the page over and you do your own work. You start with a count, and then you go to you start to insert the count scores just like she did. If you draw this for the scan, put your collaboration, the first thing, accommodating, avoiding, and compromising. Then you try to mark the highest scores to the lowest. What you have. If you have two or more styles that have the same scores, it means you are more preferable. You use those styles interchangeably. Yes, sometimes. Yes, you prefer those styles equally. That's why you have the same values. And then if it is your highest value, for example, for accommodating, it means that is your style. Then the second value, the second score that is next to your highest value shows that in the absence of the highest value, the management style that you use, you have that one that follows as your backup management style. That's what you use to back up. If you cannot function, for example, like here, she has the accommodating, and the second one is what collaborating. So if she's, the second one is compromise. If it doesn't work with her in accommodating, which is the highest, she will back up with this compromising in managing conflicts.
And this is her preference when disagreement first arises.
Exactly.
So it comes to
Yes, thank you. And this is when the conflict is not resolved, and when it
Emotions
persists,
get stronger.
emotions are stronger. You need more skills. How do you avoid it? Do you run? So
yeah, like for AC, your preference would be avoid. Emotions get stronger. But when it's calm, when disagreement first arises, she tends to accommodate
yes.
the other party. The other person.
So you should finish because I want to know your styles.
So what are these characteristics of this leader?
Like I said, it's all the styles, they are useful. There are some times that you may want to avoid, there are some times that you accommodate, there are some times that you collaborate, there are some times that you force a compromise. Anyway, let them finish, we'll get to that. So, no style, you can say, it depends on the conflict situation that you find yourself as a peace builder, what you will have to do.
How about if a person has the highest, as forcing as the highest score for this one, and then the other one is also forcing? What does that mean? Like, it's very forceful. Always force.
It actually means when the conflict first starts, you really want your goals to be seen. You are fighting for your goals. You are competing to achieve your goals. You don't care about the other person.
That's what
You are fighting to achieve your goals. You are fighting to achieve your, what is this? You don't care about the other person's, goals. You only force because you want to have what you want. You are competing.
So it's like force when disagreement arises, and then the tensions get stronger, you still force. So you force all the way.
And I think that when you force all the way, it's not really an appropriate conflict management style, because the style must not be like, especially dealing with conflicts, you don't have to be forcing and forcing and forcing throughout. You might not have the best outcome for both parties. So that's why I say it's not static, it's dynamic. So you may have it today, but depending how you manage the conflict, and then you use a conflict scenario to do this, you will actually get through to see that it's changing also. And this is not something standard. It's just for you to give a reflection about what styles you are using. There is nothing fixed. Don't say that because I've done this is who I am. No. It's just to give us a reflection on how we can work on our conflict management style and improve on our skills. Are we done? Yes, ma'am. So can I start with the first person?
Others are actually more creative than me.
Wow, this is nice.
Like a real web.
Wow. I like what I am seeing here.
Mine looks like
Wow.
They are very creative.
Doesn't look good. So it's a good exercise.
actually warning against time law. What was your style when conflict first starts? When disagreement first starts? What did you have?
Without situation, accommodation, and collaboration.
Wow.
And how much for that strong?
When
When it first starts?
When it's calm, I tend to be collaboration and accommodating.
Okay.
And in store, the highest.
That is when the conflict is not yet resolved. That is your storm.
Like that. That's
Yes. Yes, storm. You're correct. Yes. So what do you have?
In store, I have collaboration, accommodation, and yet compromise.
So the best style that you are using is accommodation when it gets stronger.
Yes. The highest is collaboration.
Okay. Collaboration for what's your name again?
Carlos.
Carlos, thank you. Next, JP. JP.
Name. I'll buy a new name.
Yes, JP everywhere. Yes, give us yours. When it first starts, what do you have for crown? The highest is?
Highest, collaborating, same.
Okay, then the next.
Accommodating.
So your own is collaborating or you back up with accommodating. Then the next one you are just in the first two.
Avoiding.
Oh, when it gets strong, you avoid. No more conflict. Thank you. The next.
I like that.
Yes. Not done. Very concentrating. Yes, Jill. Next, Natasha. Oh, I like your creativity. So what happens to you, Natasha, when you first realize that there are disagreements in town? What do you have?
Collaboration.
You collaborate? Wow. The next after collaboration, what do you have? You compromise. You collaborate. Let's dialogue. And then the next you compromise. Okay. Maybe I let go of some things. Let's have win-lose. Okay? So here, what do you have? When things are not resolved, it escalates. You force. I like that. It's a good negotiator. You force. Okay. Thank you. The next, you compete.
Mine is forcing and compromising.
Yes, here when you start.
Yeah, forcing and compromising.
Onset.
Really force.
Next one is still forcing and collaborating.
Okay. Forcing, it doesn't work. You try to collaborate. Yes.
The first one, actually, I got in the same store, the 5 side, so 8 times.
I don't understand what
She got equal scores for everything. So she's balanced.
So you are using everything, you try to avoid, you try to compromise, you try to use a bit of exercise. And when it persists, how do you do it? Because you are still studying the environment of the company, that's why you are trying to use everything. So in the next, when it continues, it persists, what do you do?
The store. 9 forcing. 9 forcing.
So what is the backup when forcing doesn't work? What follows? When you force or when you collaborate. Fine, thank you. Yes, Brian.
The first is avoiding compromising.
Okay.
And then for sure, it's forcing.
Forcing. Yes, people want to force on their goals. Yes.
Mine in calm, I tend to force and collaborate.
Yes.
And sa storm is collaborate and then compromise.
Oh, wow. Yes. When you realize that there are disagreements.
And then
then foreseeing, and accommodating, then avoiding.
Okay, when it persists, you avoid. Thank you. Yes. Is it Charles? How do you pronounce it? Charles?
Charles.
Okay, Charles.
For me, kay first kay collaborating and then foreseeing. Then sa second, kay collaborating and accommodating. Compromising and accommodating.
Collaborating and forcing.
Collaborating and forcing.
Don't collaborate with me, I'll force you to collaborate.
Yes?
Ikaw, compromising.
We compromise.
In store, collaborating.
Okay.
Collaborating and forcing.
For me, ma'am, I have the same score for calmness. For calmness, ma'am, the same score. Collaborating, forcing, compromising, then avoiding.
Yes.
And then the highest score for storm, ma'am, is accommodating.
Oh. Accommodating. So what I will advise you is, when you are doing it, next time you should try it again. Yeah? And when you are trying it, use a conflict situation that you bring into it. And you go over, use a conflict situation, a conflict scenario that you've been part. You've been a party, the conflict. You've been or an actor in the conflict. Remember, we agreed that conflicts are natural. So you cannot tell me that you've not gone through any conflict. You've experienced a conflict, so use that to actually answer the question, to really see how you can reflect on this.
So ma'am, what is the ideal draft for this month?
Let me conclude. Yes. Let's get what we are trying to do. So in effect, what we are trying to talk about here is, when you are using these styles in managing conflict, what has to come into play is, we have your commitment to goals, and then we have, this is your commitment to goals, to relationship here. And then you have commitment to goals. So in all the conflict management styles that we are talking about, it means that if you don't care about the goals in that conflict situation, you say, I don't have anything to gain in this conflict. I don't care about the relationship. What can she offer, or what can he give me in this situation? I keep it down to 8. You neglect the conflict, so you are doing what? You are here. You don't care about the relationship. You don't care about the goals. So what? Avoid it. You are here. But if you are that person that you say, what I say must be respected. I want my goals. What I need to gain from this conflict or from this situation, I want to win. Because this game is a lose-lose. Nobody wins anything. You are here. You are looking at your goals, so self-centered, you want your goals. You are here. You don't care about the other person's goals as well. You just care about your own goals. So this is forcing. Or you say the person, and this person is always the one who competes a lot. When these are the styles that we use. And then, if it happens that you really say, no, the relationship is actually important. But in this case, this is just win-lose situation. One person wins and one person loses. But if it is the case whereby you care about the relationship of one another in the conflict of each other, the goals, you want this relationship to grow. You want your interests and the other, looking at your interests and the other person's interests to be, things to be solved in a kind of understanding way. This one you will use what? You are doing what? Compromise. You are here. This is the balance scale. compromising. And in compromising, you are really kind of bargaining. You reduce some of your expectations because you want to, like have the other person's view also. And this will be win-win for both of you. I mean, win-lose for both of you. And then if it is the case whereby you say, okay, since he's the one providing for me, anything that he will say, I will accept. Any decision that he takes, I will accept. No matter, even if he will beat me up, I will accept, especially husband and wife. I accept. Even if he will beat, even because if I don't accept, where will I have income? Any decision that he gives you, even if he's deciding for you, you take it. What are you doing? You are here. You are doing accommodating. Because you are only looking at the relationship, you don't care about your goals. Okay? And then, if it is the case whereby you really want everyone to sit on the table, let's dialogue. What is it that you want? What is it that I want? Let's come up with a solution, both of us, that is concrete, that I win and you too win. All of us are happy. Our perceptions are addressed. The root causes are addressed. Our relationships are addressed. Our goals are addressed by both of us having a solution that is tangible and sustainable. What are you people doing?
Collaboration.
That is more collaboration. For you are what? Cooperative. So that is what we have done. Which therefore means there are some situations that you can need this, you can use this, there are some situations that you can use this, some situations you can use this, you need to use this facts. Right? Depending on the conflict situation. But we want to move towards this and this. Questions? Observations? Contributions? If not, do we have questions? If not, I will say it's lunchtime. Thank you very much. Okay?
That's a question. Can they use this one to for this, like they encounter some conflict or like as peace advocates or peace, what they call them, peace counselors, if there are like cases of conflict and they use this tool to assess those
exactly.
children
Absolutely.
or students.
Absolutely. We are doing this because I want you to employ this. Try to see if it works. Remember, we say that you, and I remember Richard says you are needed to do something after this. He mentioned something like this, that they want you people to do something in other schools and he wants that you can use these skills, 2 hours to do this. Can you say something about that, Shai?
Some of the peer advocate members are engaging in different activities outside the school, like we are giving a lecture about mental health to the students. That is a peer-to-peer approach. So we can use this one.
Yes, you can incorporate this as part of the activity. Yes. That's what Richard was telling me. So we need to put our efforts on this. Anyway, we have an action plan at the end of this workshop that we will work together on it to see how we can engage other schools. Okay? Thank you. So, it's fine. We don't have questions? Any other thing? So we go for lunch. Can we say it's lunchtime, JP?
Yeah, according to my schedule, yes.
So our lunch time.
I have all the. No, it's not yet finished. I'm still drawing my.
All the orders.
We will be back. We are going to give ourselves timing so that we'll come back at the right time. We'll be back at 12:30. No. What time do you let's agree?
No, 1 hour is too long.
1 hour is too long. So let's say 12:15 we are here, please. So let's go for lunch. 12:15.
Alright.
Can we start?
Yes, can we start?
Anyway, they will join us as we are doing the dance.
Yes.
Can we have that on the?
We can.
Put it on the screen. Let's learn the song. It's coming. Sugar dance.
Chuba dance.
Before we do the shot, while we wait for the artist. Okay. You know the dance already. You know it? You know the song? Do you know it? You can lead. You can lead. No? Please, let's. But you are singing it already. Okay. Let's try. I don't know. Come on, everybody. What's up and what's down? Don't be afraid of the boogeyman. You got a little of this, you got a little of that. And now let's do that sugar dance. Sugar up, sugar, sugar. Sugar, sugar. Sugar down, sugar, sugar. Sugar, sugar. Sugar left, sugar, sugar. Sugar, sugar. Sugar right, sugar, sugar. Sugar, sugar. Huh? Oh, sing it, let's hear.
We have a local version of that
Come on, everybody, what's up and what's down? Can you sing it? Come on, everybody, what's up and down? Don't be afraid of the boogeyman. You got a little of this, you got a little of that. And let's do that sugar dance. Sugar up, sugar, 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 sugar down, sugar, 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 sugar down, sugar, 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 sugar left, sugar, 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 sugar right, sugar, 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 sugar left. See, do it. Let's do it two times for each of the sugar. Okay. Let's do it 2 times for okay. Come on, everybody, let's do the sugar dance. Okay. Come on, everybody, let's up, let's down. Don't be afraid of the boogeyman. You got a little of this, you got a little of that. And now let's do the sugar dance. Sugar, 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 sugar up, sugar, 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 sugar down, sugar, 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 sugar down, sugar, 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 sugar left, sugar, 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 sugar left, sugar, 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 sugar right, sugar, 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 sugar. Repeat that again. Let's go to the next. Give us the banana dance.
Now from sugar to banana.
Okay. So, banana dance. Oh, now we have the banana dance. You know that already?
No.
She knows she can.
I'm not a good singer.
Banana.
front.
In front.
Facing us.
I get to the right.
Don't worry, this time mabusog na kasi.
I want you to give me words that end with T-I-O-N.
T-I-O-N.
Okay?
Sean.
So that we make our brains to come back. Okay? How do you pronounce that? Sean. But I would like to use it because I want us not to, miss the track. So that I will use, and you give me those words. You have the vocabulary in your mind, right? So when I say Sean, you say Sean.
On? Kailangan power?
So think of all the words that
Ayan na, okay na. Ang dami.
Name direction, lotion, connection, transportation. I don't want to name that.
Hello? Check. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much for the Sean motion.
Alright.
Okay, so if I say Sean. Say So if I come closer to you and I say Sean, then you give me a word that ends with competition. That's a good try. Sean. Voila. You want to give me words? Okay? So let's try it now. When I bring the mic closer to you, it means I want you to give me the words. But I don't want us to be seated. Can we stand up just on our positions? We are very young and active, and when we play like this, we remain young. We don't get old. Okay, Sean. Only when I come to you, right? Okay. Sean. Action. Sean. Attention. Sean. Integration. Sean. You sit down. Sean.
Position.
Extension.
Creation.
Graduation.
Rotation.
Citation.
Lotion.
Pronunciation.
Don't waste the time.
Vision.
Vision is not
Abolition. Instruction. Graduation. Contribution.
Sean?
Accommodation.
Sean?
Action.
Sean?
Attention.
Sean? Voila, sit down. Sean, Sean, Sean. Sean, 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 Sean. Sean, 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 Sean. Sean? Sean?
Attention.
Sean? Sean?
Graduation.
Sean? 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 Mission is not Sean. Mission is not Sean. Okay. Sean, 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 the last time. Sean, 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 Sean. Sean, 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 Sean. Sean, Sean, Sean. You want to Sean with me? Sean, Sean, Sean. Sean, 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 Sean. Sean.
Addition.
Sean.
Invitation.
Sean. Thank you very much. So we end it there. Thank you so much. You see that? I did not do it for you. She wants to do it. You want to show who? Show me the person you want to show with. You want to show with somebody so that who is the person? Okay. Sean, Sean, Sean. Sean, Sean, Sean. Sean, 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 Sean. Give me a prize award for this girl. Sean, Sean, Sean. Sean, 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 Sean. Sean.
Accommodation.
Sean.
Function.
Sean.
Collaboration.
Sean.
Accreditation.
Sean.
Compare action.
Sean.
Foundation.
Sean.
Demolition.
Sean. What did you say? I forgot. Thank you. Can we clap ourselves? That's good. Okay. So we are going to move on. So the prize will come at the end. The winners, everybody won, right? So we have the prize at the end. We are going to move on. So we are on developing skills in conflicts right now. Our second simulation. You did not even mention simulation. So dealing with interpersonal conflicts. Do you still have space on your writing materials? If not, we need to give them papers. At the end of your booklet, so I believe, do we all agree that we have interpersonal, we have experienced conflicts?
Yes.
So, now I will want you to think of a conflict that you've experienced and you write it down. If you need a paper, you indicate. You write a personal conflict, maybe in a group that you've experienced, I don't know, with your friend, I don't know, it depends on you. Just try to think. Just try to remember a conflict that you've actually experienced that is memorable to you right now. Write it down. And then we have to sit in pairs. I don't know if we have a pair. Yes, apart from those who are doing something. So write a conflict that you've experienced.
Can you write at the back? It's okay.
Yes, you write. It's okay there.
It should be the third person.
Just one.
Yes, just one example that you are writing.
Should it be third person?
Yes, a conflict that you are really involved in it. It can be an interpersonal conflict.
Could be a small conflict, like a big conflict that a bit aggressive.
Yes. Just write even it doesn't whether big or whatever, so long as you are involved in that conflict, I want you to write. Write it. Take your time, you have some minutes to write down. So the guidelines I will give you will be, could be guidelines. Out this, the subject of the conflict. Well, that is, and then you try to bring out, it depends on you how you are describing the conflict, the people involved, and of course you are involved in this conflict. People involved in the conflict, and then what happened? And then what was the thing that
Stop. So we are going to do this just to take our breath before we share what we have, okay? So the more when you are saying it 3 times, then the last time is what? Snow, and then snap. Snow and snap. Snow, snap. Snow, snap. I don't want you to slap somebody. I didn't say slap. Snow. So let's try it. How is your training? So this time we have to move it fast. When you are moving, the first one fast, next faster, next fastest. And then you stand up and go you do it. How is your training? Let's start again. How is your training? Sit down. So now, where do we start? Which page? Which page do we start? There. Okay. So we are going to share what we did a while ago. What were some of the skills in trying to listening to the conflict that you people share? You share with your partner the communication skills, what you learned today, the listening skills, were they non-verbal communications? If any, did you notice that? Verbal, all of this. That is what we are sharing about. So, can we start with your pair?
They will volunteer. They will volunteer. They will volunteer. Yes.
So, maybe,
Come on.
yes.
Should we stand up?
That's good.
Alright, so what do we
Outstanding. Outstanding.
We're not going to be out, huh? Just standing. So what are we going to do?
Discuss the skills that were used in when you were sharing your conflict.
Do we need to discuss the conflict itself first, or just the
you just if the conflict is, if you're comfortable to share your conflict, you can share it. Because sometimes people don't want to share their conflict. But if you can share it,
Okay, we will share our conflict so that you guys would understand. I will begin so that my partner here will be able to read properly. Alright, so the conflict started when me and my colleague, she's a nice, beautiful lady with a dark secret. So what happened is we had a procurement plan. Procurement is when you want to buy something. And unfortunately, for her, I am new to the company at that time, and I am following a protocol that requires us to actually have the comparison of suppliers, okay? And then she always tried to find a way to say, palusot, to cut the process into half or to almost nothing to compare with the price or the item that we are trying to buy. As a result, she can or they can manipulate the way they price and the procurement plan as a result. In a way, that is a violation, direct violation to our company as well as to the process that we do on a day-to-day basis. Having said that, we had a very nice argument at first. It was discussion at first, it becomes argument, and then it escalated into a very conflict workspace environment. We started with a chat on a written chatting type discussion until it ended up on the email exchange, a heated email exchange, and then it went to verbal confrontment in front of each other, and then went to our supervisor. She always wanted to cover up the mess that she did, but she didn't do a good plan on how to actually cover that kind of mess. And she ended up being investigated by our company. It was not my, task to do that, but I have to report it in a way that it is in my way when I was doing my procurement plan. So what she wanted is to just cover up everything so she can probably take advantage on that kind of, process. So she could probably gain some profit or gain some financial advantages on it, and it is not allowed in that particular company where we are working. Of course, it is not allowed in any other company, but the way she did it is very difficult for us to actually accept it. Having her in the company for so long, that means she had done it many times before. So as a result, we always try to find a way not to immediately confront the person. Maybe she can actually justify that particular situation where we actually just try to have conflict with. But as a result of the investigation, we found out that the entire process from many, many years past was unearthed, meaning her dark secret was unveiled. Without me really trying to push for that. It escalated from a small snowball to a bigger snowball, and it ended up in trouble.
Now, share to you one of the most unforgettable conflict that I have, me and my loved one, and until now, I didn't resolve because I don't have one. Joke. Just kidding. The most unforgettable conflict that I have so far, it just happened recently. The most unforgettable conflict that I have is that I got 3/30 in our long quiz, and it is because of my classmates who chose quiz first before doing the oral recitation and discussion. And because of that, it made me triggered as a person, and I was so exasperated at that time. And again, because of my classmates who voted quiz first before oral recitation and discussion. So for me, it became most unforgettable because it is the most lowest score that I got since the first day of senior high school. Then it broke my expectation that I should get a higher score from first in order to maintain my high grades.
Very good. So my observation with my partner having his communication skills is, of course, he is very excited to have a good grades. Unfortunately, his classmates are not cooperative. As a result of a very unorchestrated an undiplomatic way of forcing your idea, you end up with a strong force, bouncing back to you. So his verbal communication, like voicing out during the session probably, or during the time that their teacher actually asked them, is a way like revolting against the entire crowd, and that makes it quite difficult for him to convince their classmate, or his classmate rather. And his body language, by not actually liking the idea of having the quiz first, oral later, or oral first, quiz later, just amplify his stand that he's really against the crowd. So, which makes it more difficult for you to actually convince your classmate as well. And of course, if you show a democratic way of ruling, not really ruling, but let's just say influencing your classmate, it would actually help you resolve conflict in a less harsh, and you would gain an advantage as a result of your diplomacy over or influence.
Given the fact that Kuya JP is older than me, that his experience of conflict is older than me. It's younger than me. Experience of
more experience.
I'm more experienced.
I just turned 20.
It's more serious than mine. Aside from that, I've observed that the way he delivers or conveys his message or words is that he speaks formally and more comfortable than me. Because of me myself, I'm a nervous type of person. Second, he has this body language, like the use of his eyes, the way he conveys his message. It was really like he was really experienced that kind of scenario that happened in his life, and that kind of conflict that he was trying to say.
Understand now? Thank you. Alright, thank you.
So you try, when this is sharing your communication skills, you try to talk about the listening skills, the person that was listening to you, what kind of skills? Was he doing active listening and non-verbal communication? Were these use of verbal communication skills? You try to see how you point that out. Thank you very much for the first group, and
The second group, you are. Ano ba ganyan?
Yes.
Ay, ano ba? Dito na ba?
Volunteering overseas.
Next, come on.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That would be all. We have the only. Subject of the conflict. Mine is religion.
Should be so.
People involved, me and my schoolmate. What happened is that we end up fighting because.
Sa madumog?
No, not exactly dumog, sir.
Verbal.
Sabi na. Next to dumog, sir. What triggers that conflict is that the moment that he told me that in order for me to be saved, I should enter religion. And this is something that triggered me. I mean, this is something that triggered my belief and my own opinion. And yes, this argument actually goes a little something like this. I always encounter arguments or conflicts, especially when I talk about religion. it is something, or it is actually a never-ending topic, right? I tend to stand on what I really believe in, and I have noticed that it always ends up having conflict with the one that I am talking with. So right now, I have realized that so that I will be able to avoid conflict, I will not argue with the person. It is totally fine if she or he will not respect my side. That's his decision. And I will go na, I will now proceed to the skills of communication and listening skills of Ate Gray. She listens attentively. She pays attention the moment that I'm talking, and we're having eye-to-eye contact. And she paraphrased what I have said, and I feel important because of that. And she also gave her
eye contact.
Yeah, eye-to-eye contact. And I feel important the moment that
the moment she was listening.
Yeah, we're having an eye contact, and she also gave her thoughts about the conflict that I have had. So now it's my turn. The conflict that I was about to share is conflict about our thesis with some of my group mates. One of our group mates chooses to lie to us instead of telling us that she wanted to have leisure time with her special someone or with her family. It hurts to know that
That she choose or he choose.
She. Sorry to find out. Sorry to find out.
I know her.
Like the priorities. She must know her priorities.
English,
as of the moment.
English ba? English.
The moment Miss Mariani shared her conflicts, the interest to listen is there. Eye-to-eye contact is there. Gives her own understanding about the situation, about the context.
So loud.
What about the skills when she was communicating her skills? Did you get?
She has the interest to listen.
How do you know that she has the interest?
The eye-to-eye contact act. The body gesture.
For example,
Libong na makalibat.
Body shape.
Okay. Yes, the next pair.
The last pair.
She not be the last. Everybody has a last.
Everybody.
So which is better to
Okay, the three.
Okay.
These guys.
Pwede ba ano lang mag-Bisaya?
Dili.
Please let's listen to them.
So, for me, my conflict is, my subject is my family. The people involved is me and my father and the maid. And the conflict that happened is I caught my father cheating, and the trigger so in his last 8 years,
Very Bisaya. I'll translate to.
Atong mama na since nila pa ako mama nag-abroad, kay kami naman daw sa kung mangod, wala namin magsuon tapos ang papa nagtrabaho man sa so ang papa nag-decide na magkuha og maid.
Okay.
Tapos babae. So naitabo to ng conflict kanang gabi ito siya naitabo. Nakamata ko ba kay something lang naitabo. Something lang. So, moto. Wala naman siguro mo sa naitabo. So, moto na ito na sumbong sa mga moto nag-cause na decide na dito na magbulag-bulag na bulag sa bulag ng mga magpapa. Yung pamilya. Wala. So, nakita ko ngayon na the interested to listen to my conflict because of the eye-to-eye.
I have follow-up question. How did you handle the conflict with your father, between you and your father?
Okay na mo karon.
Okay lang.
Ano ba? Okay na mo karon.
Forgiveness.
Came up with forgiveness.
Ano ba?
Who was the first one?
Dawat ako siya na idawat na kaya forgiveness kay since karon nagpagkumot ang papa ka na siya ang family pero makita na ko yung pagbago pa kay since like ng ban sa mga bisyo na
Lahat pa ano na may inyo. Wala na to. Tayo pa yung pamilya ko. Okay,
Compromise between you. So the approach is he was open to listen to his father's.
That was compromising, openness, or try to dialogue with your father.
I have a question. Sorry, I have just quickly, just one question. Is your reaction based because you were young then, and then now you understand your father because you become an adult? Like, when you were young, okay, katong bata pa ka, ang iyong reaction in ato, kay bata pa ka, karon mas nasabtan na ba niyo siya na, karon lalaki na, adult na ka, and that na-I needs ang mga adult, ang mga lalaki. Is that part of your compromise? But is that a factor na katong bata pa ka, wala din mo siya nasabtan? Because bata pa ka, karon nag-adult na ka, nasabtan na din mo siya because kasabot na ka, kung sa need sa isa ka lalaki. Is that part of the pagsabot mo? Is that, or mali ko? I don't know. Question to siya.
From what I
Tama siya pero hindi siya na gusto na tungod kay ay wala yung asawa na rin. Mag-cheat ka ba?
Pero nasabtan na din mo siya karon. It's not about the cheating issue, right? It's more of biological factor. Tama ba?
Yung papa na ayun, dahil na tao na po nag-6.
Okay, alright. Thank you.
Thank you very much sa mga tayo. So, maybe we get
Well, the subject is about my father. Islam.
Yes,
Involved people is mom.
your father and your.
The subject is my father. Tapos then my the involved people is my mother and
You can't speak in Bisaya.
what happened that I argument with my mother because in my childhood pinag ko na
Oh, can be say eyes.
bali ano ba pag ano din nga nagdako ko nga bali wala ko antagonist kong papa ang father so nag-argue mis kong mother kay bali na mutana ko kung kinsa basta tapos ano na to siya tapos trigger about sometimes na-realize na ko nga okay na siya padawat na kabalag. Kaya until now, manggod, wala ko kabalo kung kinsa kong papa, wala ko kita din siya pangalan. Yes, promise. Tapos, kato lang siya. Ulog daw. Skills good listener, then they have interested to learn because there are so many questions about life, personal.
It's all about things that we want to do that my parents before they go to their any of my parents and desert my family and what happened is that we sometimes we got big trouble hindi na parang sa'yo ang amak na at kapag sa akin
Guys, adjust on the
Ay, gila po. Bawal mo lang ganyan.
Talk about maybe the skills.
Yeah, so I just want to the conflict was about the prices of the family. So how to do so it's mentioned that they said that things but is your father open to this type of discussion? Does he
And so when you were sharing all this with your friends, how did you feel? Were you comfortable sharing with? Were they listening to you? Like when you were discussing with your friends, they listened to you. Did you notice that they were listening to you? And what was their reaction when you were sharing with them?
So, my conflict is like this. Okay, the subject is thesis, same as Grai. So the person is both classmates, so then what happened? One of our member did not comply or submit one of the paper requirement in the said deadline. So the trigger is the deadline, then having not enough time to do the paperwork, and we only have 2 more months to finish the papers. So that was the conflict. The
deadline
skills.
passed. The deadline passed, or the deadline passed without you submitting.
Not
Okay.
we only have 2 months
Okay.
to finish the papers. So non-verbal communication, as I listened to Tessa's conflict, then she listens attentively. Then eye-to-eye contact and the body gestures like
She was
saying,
nodding.
yes,
Nodding the head. Nodding.
when I am talking.
Okay.
That's all.
But we are just, this is what we observe. We are not able to digest, like, in our mind, what was in our mind. We cannot talk about us. We can only talk about what we see in the person. The person could also be in your presence, but in the mind, we have other things. So we are just trying to say what we see.
So the conflict that I have, I have my personal conflict, but I didn't able to share it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is it okay if it is about
yes.
other people?
If you have a conflict that you don't want to share, there's no problem.
Well, the conflict that I chose to share with Shai is the displacement of the indigenous people. They are from Capalo del Norte, and they are the subject of our thesis. And the people involved there is the indigenous people, especially the children. It is really it is so timely to talk about, especially just a few. A year ago, there they are not from Marawi, but the same goes to them. The same situation happened to them. So they were displaced due to the ongoing conflict within their area, and because of that, that resulted to the for the children to stop their schooling, and they are far away from their livelihood, and they are currently since 2014 up until now they are still at the evacuation center, and they had in the first 2 years of their stay in the evacuation center, they had a negotiation with the government, the LGUs, but right now they are still there. I don't know if what happened during the conflict anymore, but for the when that happened on 2014, I am one of the volunteers there, so I saw what happened with them because of that conflict. So because of that, I've learned that if the conflict is not addressed properly, or it is not ma-negotiate kung sabi lang so, what are their goals, or what the other part, both parties want to achieve, they were not in halfway, and that this can lead to the distractions na ilang. So, while listening to Shai, while I am sharing, Shai shared it comfortably, maybe because we already know each other, and we had the eye-to-eye contact.
So you think she was listening to you because you already know each other? That's
one of the factor that she comfortably,
She's comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I am sharing because we already know each other.
Okay.
So we have the impression if she was really listening. I think that she listened attentively and actively as she was throwing questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sino nang panalo?
By the way, decided to,
We will not disclose our problem because it is very So we will just discuss the communication skills.
during my partner's listening skills is very convincing. Even though it's very convincing for me because he really listens to my problem and and I feel so important. When there's
Narinig ko na yan let's listen.
Yeah, his listening skills is very convincing.
My partner, he listens attentive woman, also very empathetic mom with my feelings that I had on my conflicts mom, and also very affirmative. And also mom, he has an eye-to-eye contact.
So, thank you. So we have the next.
Bisaya ka. Bisaya, okay na.
Okay. So, as I said, subject of the conflict is go to my ex-boyfriend. Yeah. Because in okay lang, Bisaya. Okay. So ang people involved diri is ako ang ex-boyfriend. And then ang woman with is alam kong nakuha din lang kayo sa kanya. I mean, excess bag. Nadili ba? Kaya kung kanang almost 2 years na mo tapos nakailan niyo mo pati yung parents, ikailan na ka din. Isa lang ka-iglap, parang italikdan lang kaniyang iya lang ito kayong ginuhangan. And then, ang pinaka-trigger dito is my birthday, May 22. May 21 ako birthday. And then, pagka June 17, tingala ako kay nga nung nakikunan siya sa mga. And then, so, disugot ko syempre kay, dili ko gusto madagdag ng istorya. And then, why July, nagmansary sila sa ilang ko. So, what ang pinakasakit sa kwa kay, parang mag-good niya, di ba? So, ang mag-good sa akin, most of pinaka-trigger din sa akin ay almost 2 years may nga naging kami, and then, ang sad life lang is, parang, bisan kung sa kalayo ang CDO, inaatugid na ko siya every week. Tungod kay, dili ka ng mamagudiyang gusto.
Every week?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And then, so, tapos ang ako ang ginano dito is,
mas ipilit ko na ako siya kaysa sa studies. Why nakastop ko within sa semester kung sa inaha. Yes, kaya nabagsak ko. Nabagsak ko kasi yung absent. That's why, thank you.
Really all the time inspiration and Manang kamu, bata pa. Ayaw po mo ay okay naman kuya.
Brush lang.
She's very silent.
Uy, lala.
How do you feel when you
Because when I'm talking, she like.
Yes, is it according to you? How do you interpret that gesture? Like she's like,
I think
was
she's
she
listening.
serious?
No, I think she's listening, but she's very silent.
So she was actually listening. That's why.
Yes, and then second is, they have to eye contact, and especially she's very interested.
In your story.
Yeah.
Okay, so she had that, what we call it, she was motivated. There was motivation because, she was really eye contact and then the posture.
But how did you know that
She's interested. How did you know that?
Because when she listening, nice, kasi gano'n, the way ko siya maminag, tanggap man ko siya, parang gusto niya paminahon ba, wala siya like,
Attentive.
hindi siya gusto of the story, that's right.
Okay, thank you. What about you?
So my conflict is, I'm subject with my stepfather. So, ang involved ato is my relationship sa akong mama. And then time na tamo na siya na time and napot siya sa mga feeling ko really na dawaton siya. Ang naka-trigger sa ako at that time is ang iyang batasan niya nakita na ko nga anong murag dili ko gusto na kuan gud ako siya nga lahi akong papa. And then, ang listening skill na ko na dawat ako, nakita na ako trainings kay interested siya, and then, good listener niya na, ang icon na.
Okay. But when you were expressing yourself, when you were expressing yourself, did you find it easy to express what you have in mind? Did you feel that you could speak it out? You communicated your message to her? Okay. Yes, thank you. So, the next, I think the last one.
Go junior.
Wow.
Something that I experienced when I want to go with or experience with my friends for a party, but my mom did not go. She said that I can be distracted by that, but I think that my future does not depend. So she explained further, and I decided that I can do that. When I am really ready for that kind of stuff, and I realize that there are many chances to go party, and there no need to rush things like that. Listening, I still is non-verbal topic is non-verbal skill as I listen to her conflict. She misunderstood me. She showed that she thinks.
My subject is my best friend. The conflict that I have experienced is when I was being bullied, not really bullied, but my best friend kept telling me that why don't I have a boyfriend? So I was a little bit puzzled by that because why is she telling me those kind of stuff? Like I'm only 13 years old. Why would other 13 years old need a BF friend? I was a little bit insulted by her. Up until now, she kept on saying that I should have a boyfriend because she kept on saying that my life is not fun because I keep on studying. I will find the perfect timing for us to discuss about that problem, or I can probably express my side. Then what I observe about her is that she keeps on making eye contact with me when I tell her that she's smart.
Thank you, everyone. Can we clap for ourselves? Now I want us to get a general reaction of what we just did. Can we make some observations, starting from the first group to the last group? Do we have some observations today? Something to say? Yeah. Yes. What are you saying, Governor?
I observed that the most common skills that they said a while ago is that the eye-to-eye contact with the partner.
Eye-to-eye contact, yes. Yes, what else did we get? Did we observe when they were doing this presentation based on what we've learned?
If you are talking with somebody and you're the one who tends out, you are the listener, it is totally, it is the best way to maybe do some gestures that you are interested with what the other person is talking with. Because through that, I believe that that person who is talking can comfortably talk about anything under the sun. Like that. Share her thoughts. If you will show her that you are interested, either by the use maybe of eye-to-eye contact, like that.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
This kind of activity is it's very helpful because it reminds me, or it simply tells me that each one of us has its really own story and has own experience of life, and it helps me as a leader of our department that I need to be open-minded. I need to open my mind, my heart, my ears to them, to listen to their problems in order for me to become an effective leader and epitome to them. Wow.
Yes.
Sorry. I observed that while we are communicating, we are discussing about what the conflicts that we had. I think everybody tries to listen to the one on the front. I think it is the application of what we learned on the.
Everyone was trying to focus to the people who were presenting. Yes, that's really good. Yes. Yes, you're saying something. Can you speak to all of us? Keep forgetting your name. Yes. Yes. Can you speak it out? Bisaya, what you are saying? Bisaya,
Girl.
Go girl.
Some observation of the Dakotaria is some mga problema is about the best friends, then family. So, parang dili siya ay common kayo, di ba? Pero at least naka-share ka.
Don't you notice that there are some conflicts that are common? Is that what?
Yeah, best friends.
Best friends.
Here.
Yes, thank you very much.
Lagi mo kay relationship mo tayo.
I have a question. When you were sharing your conflict to your friend, did you feel uncomfortable?
Yes.
To talk about it? Yes.
Yes.
Were there some you feel uncomfortable to say it?
Yes.
And were there some conflict that came into your mind and you say, no, I will not share this one? Did you have that
Yeah.
state?
Yeah. We all
Yes. It will normally happen because there are some things. Why is it like that in conflict situation? Because you need what? Safe place. What is that? Safe place, safe environment. You are not sure of the person you want to talk about your conflict. It's so normal because if you realize in most conflict situations, when people want to resolve conflict, they say they want a neutral party or they want a third person so that they are going to do what? To build trust. They want to be sure that where they are safe, and what they are sharing, there is security. No one will, you will not feel hurt after sharing your story. What happens if I share this conflict with this person? What happens next? So we need a safe place. And did you notice that some people said when they were sharing their conflict, they felt that they were hurt and they were comfortable to share it because they already know this person. Did you get that? This means sometimes when you are talking to somebody, your openness, your communication depends on the person that you are discussing with. And sometimes you also come to sit to discuss with somebody based on the fact that the person does not have any previous information about you or cloud or, something like the person who betray you later on. There is the person whom you are talking to is someone that you really trust, and you are sure that when you share this thing, the person will not, your story is safe, your conflict, you are actually safe in the hands of that person, right? So there are some of the skills that we already practice here. We already try to practice like the eye-to-eye contact, body language. I don't know whether somebody expressed the face gesture here that the person was like, So I think we have to watch this kind of skills when we are discussing with people in conflict situations. We just work on it in our daily activities. So thank you very much for that. And then we'll move on to the next exercise, the next simulation. You already have the papers with you there, I think. You have it. Can you check your folder? You have some papers here. No, not this one. Moving up, something like that. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, moving up in your career.
Yes.
Yeah, that's that.
So that's about the boss.
Yes. So we will have our 2 boys, two girls, 1 boy in a group. 2 boys. How do I put this?
Maybe they can join together.
Yes.
Three of them.
So,
We can mix that. Like,
we are going to mix them. Yes. Yes. So let's form groups of 3.
Let's count 1, 2, 3, 1.
What if you count like just people will see it and say, I want them to wait.
1, 2, 3, and then all 5. These
What's
are
all
like
the
3,
threes?
4, 5, 6,
Oh.
7, 8, 9, 10, 16.
Okay.
3, 16, 18, 1 by 15.
No, sir.
5, sir.
5, sir. 15.
15 on that? Oh, 5.
15.
5. Take out 1.
Okay, let's 1 to 5.
Yeah, 1 to 5.
Okay, let's count 1 to 5. All the 5, all the ones.
So 3 groups.
4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1.
5.
1.
3. 4, 4, 4, 4.
Okay, all the 4s together, all the 1s, all the 5s together.
So, yes.
So you move 3.
4. 5.
2, you don't know your group. What number are you? 2? You only 2?
5.
Yeah, there's the last group is only 2 because the last number
4
is
man.
So there, we need 1 more participant.
What have you always said in
Volunteering. Again. Which group?
5.
Group 5? Team Wagi? This is my team.
Isa ka 3. 2.
Tatlo lang tayo.
Ate kasi nga video-video ako ng open.
Walay tig-video. Kaway-kaway, number 5.
Number 5, Team Wagi.
Team number 1. Kaway-kaway, team number 1. Team number 2. 4. Kaway-kaway. Kani. 2. 3.
Dapat say 1, 2, 3 lang.
Okay, you have a scenario with you.
Yes.
Please you sit in groups of 3, not like this.
To face each other. Eye contact.
So, we have a scenario there. This is moving up in your career, and the purpose here is improve skills in resolving conflicts, conflict management skills, communication skills, and listening skills. You relate the workshop with a real-life experience at the job site and managing interpersonal conflicts to build peace. Okay? So we have 3 people to act here. So now we move from we are now on our next simulation. We are through with developing skills in conflicts, and now we are on what today? Developing problem solving skills at the job site. And you already have the simulation dealing with workplace conflict, right? Moving up in your career. So let's listen as she read it for us. No, she is just reading, and then we follow.
Rosa feels really good about her new job. Her supervisor seems happy with her performance. She learned everything she needed to learn and is all around proving herself to be a good employee. Most people at the factory are close to one another and seem like a family. Rosa hasn't spent any time getting to know any of them since she has been spending her time learning her new job. Now, she can perform her job as well as or better than any of the other workers. Rosa was able to lobby for new programs for the organization and revive the former status of the organization. She loved her job very well, and she is very productive, and her boss really appreciates her work and loved working with her. Rosa, through her personal initiative, had opportunities to travel other countries to build her capacities for her job. Lately, Rosa's boss starts to be moody, but Rosa was still very efficient in her work. Rosa received a mail from her boss informing her that no letters of recommendation will be signed for her by her boss. I think this is Rosa.
Yes.
Will be signed for her by her boss until further notice, and her boss explained that she will be very busy for the next period of time. Rosa accepted and continued to work efficiently. Few days later, thieves broke in a neighboring office, and Rosa's boss decided to change the lock of the office for security reasons. Rosa was not aware since the incident took place over the weekend. Rosa came to work on Monday morning and tried to open the office with her key, but the door did not open. She called her boss after hanging outside for some time, and her boss explained to her what happened. Came and about an hour later and opened the office with a new key. Apologized to Rosa for not informing her on time. Rosa later discovered that all other colleagues had a printed copy of the new key except her. Again, Rosa realized that her office stamps were missing after searching in her drawer and everywhere. She reported to her boss, and they looked for the stamps together and never found the stamps. Her boss also confirmed that she had not seen the stamps lately. Later on, they both found the stamps in the drawer of her boss' office, and her boss could not remember when she took the stamps. Few days later, Rosa was about entering the office, and here's her name, mentioned by colleagues and boss, conversing in the office, but she did not get details of the conversation. But the moment she entered the office, there was a brief silence. Rosa started feeling uncomfortable at work, but does not really understand what was happening. Few days later, Rosa's boss informed her that they need to put heads together on a project proposal that Rosa had submitted to partners. When Rosa and her boss sat together and her boss was about to open the project, her boss instead mistakenly clicked and opened a mail that her boss had written, replacing Rosa in her position with another colleague, but had not declared it openly to Rosa. Rosa read the mail and her boss could not close the mail since it was already open. Rosa was so tense and became very angry. Children's storytelling. And quickly tried to figure out the series of past events in her mind. Her boss realized that a problem has been created and started opening up to Rosa at a time why she wants to give her position to another colleague. But Rosa never uttered a single word after all the explanations from her boss. So, questions? Assume that you are the boss. How will you deal with this conflict with Rosa? The other person will assume that you are Rosa. And how will you deal with this conflict with your boss? And the other,
the observer.
And the observer
will actually. You will actually observe what is happening, and when the conflict is resolved, you will also have to present what the role you played in the conflict and how it was resolved.
And the observer may also make suggestions on how the boss and the
you can also contribute. That's what I'm saying. You have to facilitate or mediate. So, can we move? You have to do a presentation at the end with this, with what you will come up with, the final, you do presentations with that. Yes. Yes, you will write. Do I call them actors?
Role.
Roles. Please. So we have the boss. We will have the boss. We will have the workers, and then we will have the observer. Okay. So in your various groups, you will choose who will be the boss, who will be the observer, who will be the worker. Group 1?
Yeah.
Group 5.
The second group, group 2?
Yes.
No. Group 3?
4.
5. 4. So group 3. Yes. So we have 4 groups only, right? Oh, we have 5.
Yes, we're team 5.
5.
Team 5 is starting.
No, you are 1 because there's team 5.
5, alright.
Team 5 is
Hello, grabe.
Alright, rock and roll. Yes. Alright, pasensya na with all the names. Alright, we're going to start.
Yes. Please can we remain focused? So we are going to listen to the first group, which is group number 5. And
Group number 5.
Group number 5 will go to group number 4, group number 3, and group number 2, finally group number 1.
Yes.
Are we okay?
Yes.
You can randomly choose each other. It's okay.
Or we can randomly if you don't want.
The more you delay, the more suffering.
Okay, let's listen to group number 5.
Round of applause, opening. There's no music. There is on. What are you doing? Oh my god, we're not going to use this one. It's totally crap. Okay, good morning, ladies. Thank you for coming to my office. I am calling you because we have some very important things to discuss today. And at first, I would like to apologize to you, Rosa, because we had some awkward situation earlier where we were able to actually read the email that was not intended for you to read, but you have. But this doesn't mean that we do not want or that we do not want to help us in our organization. As a matter of fact, we have great plans for you. We actually want you to lead us in a different level. That way, we can help our organization be a better company and deliver the services that we want in our that our client actually needs. Nina here, her real name, will be taking the position that we're supposed to have. Because she's new, we wanted you to help her and guide her to deliver the project. As a result, you will be taking a level in which Nina and the rest of the project managers will be reporting. Oh, about the key, it's actually my fault. I actually forgot it. And you know, I'm getting older and forgetful. I actually got that done. And it's really my fault. I'm sorry. You can take that to me on a personal level. Alright. What do you think?
But I would like to say thank you for that. Really, I didn't expect that you have a better one for me. Don't worry about it, I understand. As your employee, I am very grateful that we have her for that position. Don't worry, sir. I am willing to help her and support her for that.
Thank you for that. That's actually what I'm looking for. Especially for you. Yes, go on.
Thank you for just research opportunities, especially for the trust. Since I started working with you, especially to your Rosa, thank you for supporting me because I really need this job. I really need this task. And I know that you expect this task, but you're giving me away for these opportunities. And thank you for helping me to achieve this.
Very good. Again, congratulations for your new task, a new project, and the MT Wagi. I wanted
Grabe yung
actually,
standard.
Sir, you set the standard.
It's kind of easy, right?
Please, do you have, before we comments, can we come from there? So, do you have any comments or any observations? Okay. Yes.
They delivered it well, and people will be able to understand what they are talking about. But don't ask about what they call it. I didn't memorize.
But did you get the message?
Yes,
how
sir.
How would deliver it positively?
Yeah, and I really don't come up with the idea that you can actually twist the story that Rosa is actually, they're preparing Rosa to have a higher position than she has at the moment, at the real-time freshness. I think that's it.
She added something that you people are preparing her for a new position, like impossible.
Yes, because I do not want it to look like, because nobody's getting fired, right? But she cannot also remain at the position level where she wanted actually to have. So because there's another person, let's just say the name of Nina, we kind of twist the plot in a way that it will look positive in both and delivering it in a way. And as a boss, I should actually accept one or two items which is under my jurisdiction. For example, the key and the stamp. Those are
what I really cherish is the fact that the boss acknowledged his errors. He was able to apologize And I really realized that Rosa was happy when the boss, apologized. And then, even the way she talked, oh Rosa, I don't know what were your feelings when your boss apologized. You were happy, no? Yeah.
I want to pump up more adrenaline to her.
And you are grooming her for a new position. But I also noticed that the observer, can you say something about the observer? What happened to the observer? The one who was
She was no longer an observer.
She was no longer the observer. What did she do? She turned out to be the job, one of the workers.
She participated.
She participated, but the point here is she became one of your
Characters.
The one who worked, she participated, and then it means she has two functions that she plays. The observer, and then she's like acting like someone who is listening.
They showed that there's actually 3 actors involved, not just Rosa and the boss.
Yes.
There was another person.
They added another person. So thank you very much. Okay.
We did not prepare this much. We will not have enough time. Maybe next time we'll do it.
Yes, thank you. So next. Look for.
Yes. Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, you get some chair.
I know, ma'am, I will just present. We will not
So good afternoon, everyone. Again, we're in the group 4. I'm Carlos, together with Leonette and Ate Gray. So I'm here in your front to share to you what are the possible solutions within that conflict that remains between the two opposing parties, which is the side of the boss and the side of the employee named Rosa. So the first solution that he arrived is assign to other department with the same position, just like what they have presented a while ago, that there would be no employee to get fired, but instead promote that employee because the boss or the employee itself may be flexible. That's why the boss knew that the employee was flexible enough to showcase or to show the way of how she works in the company. Second, give her room to grow. That is in line with assigning the employee to another department or area that will enhance the ability or that will enrich the characteristic or the ability to do work, particularly referring to the employee. Next is Rosa is more flexible. Let's describe that. Lastly, open forum, one-on-one conversation between the boss and the employee, showing interest upon listening on both sides. I will relate this on what I have learned in our oral communication, that it was stated there that if you are a persuasive speaker, first thing you must have or that innate in you is that you need to be an empathic listener. Empathic listener, which means to say that you have an in-depth or shallow knowledge to understand such things, such situations, in order to have a win-win situation between both sides and no one will get fired and both of them will get advantage or what should I say, good effect about that kind of scenario. In line with the situation that the key and the stamps, maybe that can be anchored to the situation wherein Rosa was replaced or employed to, or assigned to another department or other area, and in return that in exchange for the kind of field that Rosa left go is that the boss will find another one who is capable enough or flexible enough to handle that kind of situation. That would be all. Thank you.
So you were the boss.
Yes.
The next, can we have that?
Oh my God.
Very good.
Very nice. Very well said.
I think these solutions were like only prescribed by the boss.
But yes, yes, like did you
Like one side.
who was the what's this? The worker, Rosa. Because the way the solutions came out is like he's saying they were like prescribed by the boss.
Dominated by
The boss. What was your contribution to those solutions?
We do.
No, I'm talking about her, not you.
Or maybe you can ask the observer.
Observer was not.
Observer is very busy.
Yes, the employee ma'am agreed with the one with the bargaining ma'am with he with he compute ilipat siya sa manually be assigned to the other position ma'am with the same he will be assigned to the other department with the same position ma'am because we thought ma'am that on the story ma'am the boss was threatened with the employee ma'am so
Yes, the boss will threaten.
yes ma'am
Yes.
so that's why ma'am so that's
Can you say something? Because, like, concerning what she raised, that's like the solutions were just prescribed by the boss. Can you?
With regards to the situation, Rosa feel it's okay to be assigned to
I feel Rosa. You are talking about yes.
I feel that at first I got hurt by that scenario, but then with the openness of the mind, I try to understand the situation.
Are you comfortable to move on with your job? Your boss did not even mention anything about like. From what I got, I don't see anything like. What's there something like saying he's sorry to you? No. So when you are comfortable to move on with the job. If it's regarding with the boss apologizing to you. Okay. Are you sure you maybe you just want to avoid the conflict? You're just avoiding the conflict. But what I want to say here is it's not conflict situation, especially like this one that we are analyzing, you don't have to avoid it. You really have to solve it because this will affect your work and even your family life. When you have unresolved issues, you cannot perform your task well. This will affect your interactions with people in the society, in the community. So you need to resolve this kind of conflict and don't avoid it. So from every indication, if you are just like accommodating because you want to please him or you are trying to avoid some of these things, it's not the best. Because why are we trying to avoid conflict? You want to be in relationships as long as you also want to attain our goals. But if you avoid, the unresolved issues will remain within you. They are not resolved. Yeah. So I think in that way we don't have to avoid. Yeah. Thank you very much. So let's move on. Let's move on to the next. Oh, they are already there. Stage.
So once again, good afternoon, everyone. I will just narrate first. So I am the boss, and Glenn will play the role of Rosa. So since he's the boy, so Rosa. So Rosa and the observer.
Yes.
He's my friend actually. Hey bro, you know what? Okay. Hey bro, you know what? I bring an email from my boss that is going to fire me to replace me. I really hate this. I really hate this. I really hate this. I want to talk. No, thing. No, I'm going. I am very patient. I am very patient with my job. Oh my God, I love I need an acceptable reason.
Please calm down, okay? Have a seat first, okay? Calm down. Mr. Rosso, please. Okay, listen first too. Okay, Mr. Rosso, please calm down. Have a seat. I am not going to replace you in your job. You didn't get to be actually, I called you because I want to give you or to promote you in a higher position.
Is that true or
Yes, Mr. Russell. The email that you read a while ago is that I am making an email to our manager for you to be put in a higher position. So those past few weeks, I am just testing your patience so that those problems with the heat, the stomach, I am just testing your patience because I believe that you deserve to be put in a higher position. And I did that because I want you to know that if you encounter those problems in your management, you know already what to do. So you will not be fired. You will be put in a higher position. So you don't need to be angry with that. Okay? So how much is salary?
how much is salary for that?
Higher position. You need the class on top of the building.
So you will be better.
Second floor. Close next to the first. Okay. So I'm so sorry for everything and actually so very extra. And I'm so sorry for that.
Okay, that's okay, Mr. Rosso. So I just want to congratulate you, and I understand all of those reactions. So congratulations.
What can we say about what you just said?
It's very aggressive at the beginning when they approach the conflict. And then slowly the manager, the boss, try to come in or her down and mediate in a way that it would, reduce the level of emotion in that particular state, so that the boss can have a chance to actually explain the situation properly.
So, yes.
That's my observation.
Yes, thank you for that observation. Yes, the observer became the mediator, some kind of, he was mediating and facilitating also at the same time. Yes, which is very, very important. Yeah. But he was also, did you notice that he was neutral? He was not taking sides with anybody. He was talking, calming the worker and the boss at the same time. Did you notice that? And then, what else did you notice? Can you say something about their non-verbal communication? I really saw that here. Did you see something?
The boss, when the worker was very aggressive, approaching the boss was just relaxed. So it was even like, he requires the worker, like, hey, let's just go, let's not fight. Because if she wanted a fight, she would say,
yes. But he was really aggressive, and you even heard him say, hey, to the boss, hey, you fired me, you trying to fire me, you get that. He addressed the boss, hey, but the boss, it was, in some other cases, it would have been this plan. But the boss was like, no, you can't escalating into violence. In the first part, did you notice that?
Yeah.
When they met here, when they started here, did you see what was happening? He did not want to talk to the observer. He was like fighting his way into the office, and he said, "Hey, you know, like he's really ready to fight." So, what else did you notice? Do you think
that for the situation they have, it started with emotions.
it was very emotional? They were very emotional. Did you? Yes, they were very, very emotional, and he was very tense. And what about the communication that passed through? What did you hear? What was the boss saying? Did you hear? She said, "Calm down," and then what other things was she saying?
The boss was saying, alibi.
What is alibi?
An alibi of the kid, was just testing the employee.
Oh, that's the word I'm looking for. Testing. Testing. Testing.
I am the employee of the site. Also tell my boss, you also want to test your...
Okay. The boss doesn't tell us why you said you are testing the employer. Why did you say that?
Okay. Before those, matay. Okay, I am just testing Mr. Rosso if gaano ba kataas yung how higher is his patient. So, hi. So, gaano ba kataas yung pasensya niya sa mga ganung bagay?
We want to test his patience.
Yeah, but how Rosa would handle such kind of situation. Just want to know how Rosa would be.
Yes, because he will be promoted in a higher position. So, meaning to say, mas madami siyang may encounter ng mga ganung problems.
So it was like a
social
experiment.
It's like you are grouping him because he may have other, excuse me. Can I say you were like grouping him? Like he may face other, or you're preparing him that he can have other challenges in the job and how he will manage these challenges. Is that the reason why you did not react aggressively or
Does she
Or
understand?
I already know that.
She understands.
Because you did not have okay, you did not have an ill intention.
Yes.
No ill intention.
Maybe those challenges serve as training grounds for it to be better in the near future.
So do you now see what happens in conflicts? You have this in your mind, but he did not know this. That is why we say when you want to resolve conflict, you have to dig deep because you will not know these things unless you don't people involved in the conflict. How will you know that this was the things that he had in mind? You have a series of problems. You had the stamps, your stamps were taken by her. She refused to sign a letter for you. She actually was talking behind you with the other people and said she actually gave the key to someone else. And all the colleagues except you. And she actually wrote a mail and said that she's replacing you in your job. And then the conflict sparked. But how can you tell me that you can solve this problem without sitting down to dig deep to find out why these things were happening? Now you understand why we need to go deep. I really like the scenario that you just had. Can we clap for that? It sends some message to us that you cannot just talk about conflict like this. You need to dig deep to find out. But that is real life. It's real life. But let me tell you, what I've given to you is a real life scenario. It's a real life. It's not a phrase. It's a real life scenario. What that it can happen, it has happened. I have witnessed it. It has happened. So you are not getting, I hope the camera is getting this thing because I need this. Okay? So, the next one. Do you still have some things to say to them? And maybe I'd like to get something. Why? Let's listen. The way you intervene in the case. What actually made you intervene in the case? Because you were like, what is this? You were like facilitating, you were like trying to mediate something, you kind of even trying to see that the colleague should sit down. Why were you doing it like that? Even the boss also, and why were you asking for that? Can you say something?
And from the shoes, try to not only the solution is not for boss say close up that sit down, but also the solution of those power shoes is proper communication. Just listen first before
It's not just about the issues, but proper communication and listen first. And then it grabs the context of what you're doing. Thank you so much. So, do you want to say something more?
Lord.
I'm done.
What about Glenn? You want to say something?
We can solve any problems that are not indicated. We will be, magpaano sa emotions.
We should not let our emotions overpower us. We shouldn't be emotional when there are conflicts. You are like, you want to really tell, you want to fight, you want to. Some people it's like they have injected current in them. So it shouldn't be like that. You need to calm down. Control your emotions. Don't be emotional. And I like that. Communicate and listen first. When you feel like there is tension in you, just be quiet for some time. Just stop. Stay quiet. When you receive calmness, that's the So the next group. Let's welcome group number
'Cause hear from you as his boss and from you as her employee, because there are things that we need to discuss on process as it is the protocol of our company. So, is it okay for you to? Yeah, I will set a schedule for you.
Coba
No, but ano,
that is just our acting, ano lang, a little bit, ano,
Nice
That's why.
So, we came up with
Blocking.
the solutions, how to manage the conflict. Advantage for Rosa, advantage of being passive. Rosa tends to be passive because of the fact that she only started her job recently. That's why we think she is being passive. To avoid conflict, knowing that she is a new employee of the company, she doesn't want to get into trouble. However, if we remain being passive, there are tendencies other people will abuse you, and therefore communication plays a vital role at work. Every employee has the right to express their concerns at work as it is stated on their labor code. So every workplace has their labor code and an HR to mediate the situation. So, as what we have learned on the discussion a while ago, we have to apply the idea or to identify, to define, and know the root cause of the problem. That's why in our role playing, I summon the two at my office as an HR.
Yeah, and we come up to this idea because we really noticed in the story that Rosa is so massive on on what she had encountered, like the key from the duplicate of the key, the stamp on the drawer, but still she decided to just avoid the conflict because knowing that she is new in the company, so she's trying to maybe make everybody feel that she is worthy of that position, and she's exploring all the attitudes of her environment or her surrounding in the workplace.
Therefore, avoiding the conflict is not solving the real issue or the root cause of the problem. It can also lead to more destructive situations.
No, we still have the boss and Yami and everyone. Boss, if you are the boss, you are obliged, take note, you are obliged to, yes, you are obliged to have a good communication with your co-workers regardless of their positions. Right and respect must be given fairly. Okay? So go there.
Okay, that's okay.
You can clap now.
Wala, thanks.
Thank everyone.
The HR, how did the HR get involved in this? Who told the HR?
Because the HR, the role of the HR ma'am is usually in a company, HR plays as an mediator. So that's why the HR needs to be involved in that case between
Yes, we are processing. Yes, I know the HR needs to be involved. How did you bring the HR? Who went to the HR?
I was just a passerby maybe.
Did the manager, did the boss told the HR the conflict, or the employee?
The other employees heard about the situation and they reported it to the HR.
And who convened the session? Was it the HR or the boss, or who actually convened the session for you to resolve?
The HR.
The HR did that. Okay. Then Anyway, do you have any other observations? Do you have other? So in this case, we realized that who was the observer? The HR became the observer became the HR. Okay? And there is also another aspect that you mentioned about that Rosa, okay, Rosso was he was very passive about the conflict. Rosso did not, because a series of events happened. Yeah. From the refusal of the letter to keys he did not have, and what's this? He was the letter that he saw, nothing. No, it was only on the letter that Rosa started raising his and then the stamps, Rosa said nothing, and then when they were gossiping, Rosa said nothing also. So Rosa, were you, I don't know, is that really stonewalling? What were you doing? Why were you passive? Why were you doing?
The reason why Rosa...
I think Rosa has...
Boss naman ang mag-boss.
You're the boss. Rosa, why were you passive? Or the series of events you did not bother to check or even ask the boss, why are you doing this to me? Or even...
Because being a new employee in this company is you make your make your boss impress your boss on how you are to work and to improve how to improve the company. That's tapos that situation that Rosa need to explanation of this explanation yung boss why she replacing
keys without giving you a complaint. You can, yes, that's what. Oh, yes, okay, yes. What I'm trying to understand is, from what Rosa is saying, you were trying to please your boss because you are new in the company. Is that what you were doing? You are trying to impress. That's the word we use. You're trying to impress your boss, which means you were not looking at your goals. You were only looking at the relationship with your boss. So you were kind of trying to avoid the conflict. And what I will say here is, in as much as you are looking at the relationship, you also need to look at your goals. Because this will also affect you. When you are disturbed, you will not have the efficient household that you used to be. So in that place, in that position, what you need to do is, there is the way that you can handle this, not necessarily causing conflict. Like for example, you could tell your boss, I'm there. I would like that maybe you give me some comments about my work. Am I really performing my task well? This is creating a room for your boss to sit with you and talk with you. Maybe there are some lapses or there are some gaps that he needs to fill, that you need to fill. When you create this room, that I would like you to say something about my work because you have already heard them talking about you. In this way, you are trying to stop her or your boss from talking at your back when there are things that concern you. When you sit with her, maybe she can try to air this out with you. You don't have to avoid all the things. I know sometimes you will also need proofs before you try to, before you try to put forth your ideas or whatever. But you already had some proofs. For example, the keys everybody had, you did not have. And again, you heard them talking about you. And when you come inside, people stop talking about you. You know, there's that brief silence when you're coming, people are talking and you heard your name, immediately you step in, silence. These are some kind of signs that you can already try to see how you can create a forum, maybe even invite your boss that you can sit somewhere and have a coffee or something. Yeah, it's possible. The fact that it's your boss doesn't mean that you have to, kind of let go of your own feelings, because if you don't feel well, you cannot also work well. So you need to balance the things. Yeah. So do we have other observations to make regarding that? So can we clap for them? Yes. Let's welcome group number 5. No, number
1. So, ano siya good afternoon. I have a presentation. So, if I'm a Rosa, I asked my boss why I need to be replaced.
If I was the boss, I will apologize to the worker because I didn't intend to do those things to her. Like, I have better plans for her, so that's why I did those things. And it's not really intended to make her feel.
And then the second step, I make time to discuss the problem with my boss. That, for example, I make a long time to discuss why that email is all about the replacing, why I'm not be deserving in that position.
Well, if my worker makes time for me, I will explain why I did those things and give some reasonable reasons to her.
So, if my boss will give me a valid reason where I accept and forgive.
Kuya's candid example for acceptable reason is like promotion. Like, he will make a
alibi.
He will make an alibi about the female, which is he will give her worker a promotion so that he will not be threatened by
Okay, I have a question. Why is your boss, or why is the boss giving an alibi instead of directly addressing the problem? Nano na hindi na siya lusol, instead na iyahan na lang isulti diretso kung unsabit ang reason about
Yes, sir. Hindi pa siya. Because the boss, as boss, sir, I'm not ready to tell
the worker, the staff.
Worker staff. Kasi hindi pa man, hindi pa sure, sir, ba? Ang promotions, about promotions, hindi pa sure ang promotions sa worker.
So you are creating an alibi about the promotion. Sorry, we were asking because they said that they were making an alibi about the email.
What is this alibi? I want to understand it.
Alibi is like when you don't want to say something and you just want to divert the intention or the message by giving another way so that you can get out of that situation.
So that's the
It's actually a conflict way, a way of resolving conflict in a more less harsh way. That's all.
But is that were you making an alibi? Making it like an alibi? The email?
But why? But why are you making an alibi instead of just directly addressing the conflict? Having said that, you are going to promote. Sorry, sisayaw na ako. Ano kailangan ng alibi na i-promote mo kaya dito siya? Pwede lang mag-Bisaya, okay?
Marami kang panser ba? Hindi din hindi ba siya kung work, hindi masakitan ng worker si Rosa. Wala po.
Yes, just to avoid the conflict. Something like you want to neglect the conflict. You want to be passive, you don't want to handle it.
But
so what do you still are you done? Are you done? Yes. Okay. So it's kind of the boss, you apologize to the worker. The boss will apologize, explain why those things you did. And then you give some.
It's not 100% like an honest result.
But it's not
a partial result.
So in that case, who is the worker here? Who is the employee? You are the employee. Are you satisfied with the solution? In real life situation, are you satisfied with this?
Yes. Yung meeting yung kung sa
and move on with your work. So you have to forgive in real life, just forgive and move on with your work. How about you, the boss? The same. You forgive and move on. Do you have other things to ask them?
I have one.
Yeah.
Just quickly. In this situation, this is probably for everyone, right? If there is a situation in which there would be somebody would get hurt emotionally, would we rather cover it up to, let's just say, dampen the situation, or be confronted with the hurtful, sometimes realistic words that should be faced so that we can actually address the problem?
Our point here is addressing the conflict. So
and
we don't
some people are actually just dampening it.
No.
Some of them are softening it. So not to try to avoid it by not actually saying it directly. Sometimes when you say words that are quite direct, sometimes you could probably say it in a nice way, but oftentimes if it's really, really addressing the issue, it hurts. Somebody will get hurt emotionally and physically, of course. But most, I observe, will try to dampen it just to not ruin relationships. Yes. It's a statement, sorry, it's not a question. So I don't know if what other people think. Maybe they could actually share their thoughts about that kind of
that
way of
in real life.
In real life, not
yes. in real life.
I think in real life,
people really want to dump. Yes.
I think in real life, like scenarios, one like asking them, when was the last time that you lied to your mother? Like, why? Like, sometimes you like your mother because you don't want to be scolded. Like those things. So you don't want to get into conflict with your mother. So you only tell them partial truth. Like when you came back to the house, like the mother asked you, "Oh, where did you come from?" "I went to school." But it's actually partial truth because after school you went somewhere else. You only go by
So what we are saying, what are we doing? What we are saying here is we want to foster peace. We want communication that fosters peace. And in order for you to do this, you must address. You don't have to dump the things. You don't have to avoid. You have to address. If we have been dumping or covering things or doing alibi or lying, we have to go back to those things that can really transform conflicts, transform our relationships positively. That is the essence. There is no need trying to you want to avoid something that is existing. Remember we said, when you avoid a conflict, it is not resolved. It is still there waiting for you. And it's building. Sometimes it will explode, just like a dormant volcano that will become active sometimes. So it's not all conflicts that we need to avoid. So like what JP is saying, that most of the time, we try to dump JP. We try to dump
like in sponge, we put water, it will be a little bit wet.
So,
to provide cushion.
This is not what is supposed to be done. So we need to improve on this. Thank you very much. A round of applause for all of us. So just to round up, this is what we had. We have the practice, we have the board, we have Rosa, right? And then we were talking about the observer who was there, and some of us are happy that we use the observer to play human resource role. Some people use the observer. We must get to know the problem using communication skills. How do you know the problem? You use communication skills. But if you don't use your skills, you cannot know the problem. What are some of the communication skills that we are talking about? For example, what communication skills can you think of that we can use in solving conflicts? Because we are doing what? Creative problem solving. That's why we have to do all of what we did. So I'm very happy. Can we clap for ourselves? So what were the issues, the concerns, or the context that we had? We have a lot of things. There was Moody would not sign a letter of recommendation, change the lock of the office without informing Rosa, and then others had the key. Rosa did not have, the email that was replacing Rosa with another person. And these were the issues in the conflict. So what happened next? We have the opportunities that Rosa had to travel. Rosa, because these were the positive things about Rosa in her job. Remember, she liked her job. She was very proactive, very efficient, and doing her work very well. And
suddenly workmates against her.
Yes. So suddenly, when she saw all of these things happen, she was not really comfortable with her work again. And then she became angry, and she was feeling like she would be replaced. But I'm happy that you came up with solutions. From all the solutions, it shows that Rosa will not abandon her job. Rosa and her boss will be in good relationship, and Rosa will be doing what? Moving up in her career. So we finally handle the conflict as peace builders. Okay? So that is it. Do we have questions regarding this? Contribution, James? Do you have something to say? Any other contribution?
I'm hungry.
You're hungry, yes.
I think one approach to analyze the situation is also using a timeline. Like analyzing using timeline, like these things will be there, like the boss is moody and then also
Ay, bakit ito mga kanilapitan dito, sir?
try to over time.
Over time, yes. Time is a very important factor also in conflict. What is happening, the duration. And you try to, like what we say, from the beginning, it was very, very mild. And you see, it started growing. And that takes me to something that she just mentioned. From the beginning, it was just, I have a sheet, illustrate this. the beginning, this is the latent part of the conflict. Look at Rosa there. And look at the boss. So what happens is that these are the main actors in the conflict, right?
Yes.
So at this stage, the conflict was not really, it was so mild. As time goes on, the time factors. So we have a time factor. What is happening? To tell you that conflicts are very dynamic. So Rosa here started this thing with the boss, just the two of them. Did you notice that? No one is aware in the office. But at the end, you now see the human resource, the other colleagues coming in. Because the boss is looking for supporters, trying to say things to other people. And so in this case, it's not only the actor, the boss is looking for parties to the conflict. And Rosa on her part is also looking for her own parties, maybe having other people to support her, maybe to say what is actually happening. It could be other people out of the company. Rosa may not stay quiet. Rosa may tell other people or her friends. I remember there is a group that you were facilitating. He tried to discuss with you like the friend, for you came up here and try to resolve things together. So it's becoming more dynamic here, right? Yes. And so it is not static, it's changing. And what is happening with the relationship? The relationship here, maybe kind of intermittent relationship, but finally it's getting broken. And what happens? The thing becomes strong, and it is becoming maybe destroyed. And at the end of it, to make things worse, you may even realize that some people here may leave this group. They will get things to come and tell Rosa from the boss. And so they are like at the background acting like shadow actors. There are some that want the conflict to become really strong, and they are happy. Maybe friends, they like to hear and then come and tell this. And so this conflict is becoming big, involving a lot of people. So it is growing bigger and bigger. And so for you to actually resolve this issue properly, like you were doing here, the sitting here, you needed to bring all these parties to become part of the dialogue table. These colleagues, the other colleagues, like they brought the human resource, everybody to be seated so that they can resolve it peacefully and amicably. So just to tell you that with time, the conflict is changing. It becomes more dynamic and it's going to be violent. Thank you very much, Shin, for
Now I have a question.
Yes.
Is there a way that a environment, either it's a school or workplace, to have a way or guidelines or guide to make it less conflict environment? It wouldn't be conflict-free environment, but like a way of measure to help reduce or as much as possible to not spark that kind of conflict. Is there a way to do that?
Actually,
as an approach, like a prevention approach,
I think like
a corporate culture in which you actually try to develop a more harmonious ecosystem in which you work with, rather than promoting competitiveness and stuff like that. Which I'm not sure if that makes sense.
It's actually like this, child-friendly.
Yeah, something like that.
In this, like colleges, universities, I'm not sure if there's
There is
like a
child
kind of system.
Child
it could help.
For this kind of institution, like universities,
sorry, Shin, I did not get you.
So there is this already from elementary and secondary school. They have they declare their school to be like
Child friendly.
child friendly. They post it there.
Child
So
friendly.
they have these requirements, they like comply with those requirements to make it child friendly. But
That,
for
like the peace school zone,
others, yeah, that's
Like
another
something
one.
like that,
Yeah,
right?
this is
That's why we are here just like what? The peace builders also. We are trying to make ourselves like peace builders. We are not saying that we are going to stop conflict. No. We cannot stop.
I think maybe as peace builders
But-
they can lead to something like what JP is.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can speak first. But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to actually ask is there a way to have a measurement or have a prevention measures so that the conflict will
Cannot
not
escalate. Is that
or
what-
even spark?
The conflict is spark or escalate.
Because
Yes.
that's when the differences start. Like for example, if you're very, very competitive and my seatmate is also very competitive, then we will race to the end until we would see who will win first, something like that. And that actually can spark conflict. Because now you see your seatmates as competition and as friends. Or workmate in that matter. So if we actually work in a harmonious environment with common goals that achieve betterness, improvement, what I'm trying to ask is there a way, in a more basic, easy to digest and really point to point for the teens to actually
You want to say something?
Yes, ma'am.
understand.
I know some organization had their assessment every week for them to self-criticize and criticize with each other so that those conflict between them can be addressed immediately. So it can also help to have a harmonious relationship with each other.
Step like
Yes.
monthly communication.
Yes, sir. Monthly or weekly communication, self-criticism and criticism. So you will criticize yourself of what you think you do wrong or something like that, and then you also criticize the other person so that you can meet halfway on how to deal with that.
Okay.
There are some organizations.
Yes. Thank you very much for that. What I want to say is that this culture, this environment that you want to talk about is something that will be created only by you. You own the solution to the problem. But if you refuse to own the solution, you just want to compete and escalate the conflict, then it will be escalated. But if you want to resolve, if parties agree that they want to resolve the conflict, then the conflict will be resolved or it will be transformed. Because the essence is for us to prevent the conflict, not to escalate and not to spark. The word we use. Yes, so it is possible for us to do that. We can do that in the peace building, our activities as peacemakers. If it is at the job site, you sit and examine all the issues that are happening there. You try to address them. Don't allow them to accumulate fire. Or even in a family relationship, we can live in a culture of peace. The problems will come, but how do you manage them? How do you handle them? This is linked to the culture of peace. That is what matters, because we cannot stop it, but we can prevent them from escalating into violence. Yes. So that is why we have this family. We are going to kind of try to come up with something. Okay, now we will move on, and I would like to say that in the absence of, or if you have questions, that's the end of my presentation, but I still welcome some questions. Do you have questions? No questions. Okay, thank you very much. That will be the end of my PowerPoint from morning till now. But we are still together. We have some things to do. Our evaluation, action plan within the next 30 minutes, and then we close. Okay? Yeah.
Can we distribute
And the prize award also, and our snacks.
Alright. Just stay in your seat. Please pause.
So,
So this is yun na ano? Partner. And kamunduhan. And Glenn and Governor, your what do you call that? How about the action plan? You need this one?
yes.
Is this yours? Mine. Okay.
Love, you want a soft copy of this one?
Did you like the pizza? Okay, so like as promised, pwede mo siya so okay, kinuha ko na ako kasi like, no, I think underfed. So kailangan na ako i-push.
I don't know if that is a compliment or an insult.
Okay, you need to eat more for healthier, you know. Sorry, excuse me for 5 minutes. Bye.
So we need a paper there. Just make
Please write your name. Opinion is isa ko sa write your name. Yes.
Ako?
Excuse ko na naman. Siya makakapag-excuse You don't have gas man.
Please, can I have your evaluation forms? Evaluation forms? No evaluation forms first. This one. Evaluation forms.
Wait, write your name.
Evaluation forms. This one first.
Is that man?
Yes.
Outfit name man.
We only have 12. 12. Who has not given this one?
Ako, pakikuha ko din nasa ilalong sa ako.
Supposed to be 16, right?
Wait, pasa na sa evaluation.
How many? How many?
Evaluation
No, ma'am, isa na.
We are two. Sige mo, ipakuha ko si Kuya. 4, 5, 6.
Ay, nagawas. 14.
This is only 13.
13. Kinsa pa nagwala
Kasi wala pa na
Okay,
partial evaluation.
No, not this one.
Evaluation daw. Basa mo?
Who has not given? Governor, where's your form?
Yes. Ipasa na inyo. Wala pa na siya.
Our principal.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, mga sir.
Okay, while eating, we will give this award your sticker for having here this day.
Please,
So-
please, can we just listen?
The Rizal Memorial Colleges Incorporated, RMC Buildings, Poblacion 7A of Design and FRA Streets, Marfori Heights, Davao City, Philippines, present this certificate of appreciation to Friendly Lovely Newma as an expression of our gratitude for sharing her time, effort, and expertise as a resource speaker during the Peace Workshop, Training for Creative Problem-Solving Skills in Conflicts. Given this 29th day of January 2019 at the Rizal Memorial Colleges Incorporated, Davao City, Philippines, signed Richard Salvador Jimenez, RGC, RPM, Head Guidance and Counseling Department, Professor Jerome C. Bugas, LPT, LLD, Human Resource Manager, yours truly, Dr. Albert G. Musico, Principal, IBED, Senior High School, MWST, Attorney Ernesto Rafael B. Revilio, our Vice President for Administration. Thank you. Jason, ko tayo lahat na pala.
Ma'am, saan na lang, ma'am? Documentation, ma'am.
Smile.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Oh, see, go.
So please, you will award our certificates also. Yeah. Maybe you want to award the certificates to the participants from the closing remarks.
This is mine.
So can we just be seated?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So I'm very glad to have here with you guys this afternoon with your workshop on peace, right? Training for creative problem solving skills in conflict. Actually, this endeavor is quite significant, more especially to college students and of course incoming college students, because we can't deny the fact that we are very prone to conflicts. Conflicts within ourselves, conflicts within among others, and conflicts within the society or environment we are living in. Actually, when we say conflict, the word conflict is universal, by the way. So what might be conflict to me is not conflicted to you. What might be conflicted to you is not conflicted to me. So it depends how are going to acquire the word conflict or understand the word conflict. But in our self, we need to deal conflict as a challenge to ourselves. Why? Sometimes we have this conflict, but later on, as we resolve the conflict within ourselves, we can be sure that we are doing our best to become more successful in life. So just like you, students, if you want to be more successful in life, the very challenge here is resolving our own conflicts. Know yourself better. Because if you don't know yourself better, you will not succeed. If you know yourself better than others, of course, there is a bigger possibilities that you can improve the way you are, and at the same time, you can improve your behavior, you can improve your how to deal with other people, something like that. So this is a very good avenue, this is a good venue to all of you. Within one day, I hope that you really learned a lot in terms of resolving creative problem-solving skills in conflict. And I know that your speaker is pretty good in this topic. She has his expertise, and I hope that you learned a lot from her. And this is quite a very unique forum to be with her from other country, and the audience is from the Philippines. I think this is a very good avenue for us to learn what culture you have in resolving conflicts, and at the same time, the culture of the Filipinos in resolving conflicts. So with this, in behalf of the Rizal Memorial Colleges Administration, we are very glad to have you, ma'am. I hope that you will come across or along RMC all the time. You're very welcome in our campus. So if you feel free to visit us, I think Richard, Maria, and Josephus will contact with you. And of course, we are very much willing to accommodate you in our school. So we are very glad to have you, and at the same time, we are very glad to have these people who are very much willing to learn about the topic. So thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.